Wherever we go, you can go too. Whether you're on the road, at the farm, or back in the barns, Walton Webcasting is there, streaming live to capture every moment and archiving the ones that you missed.
The grand champion Market Barrow this year's Tulsa State Fair.
Watch wherever, whenever.
This is your moment. This is your moment.
Tell family and loved ones back home to head over to waltonwebcasting.com so they can watch from the comfort of their own home. Live shows are always free. Walton Webcasting. Livestock like you've never seen before.
Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top-quality video services for breeders like you. You talk the pigs, we capture the video. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to appreciate the quality of your show pigs. Let Walton Webcasting be your partner in success. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367.
These great heroes come together to support the livestock industry and Walton Webcasting. We call them the Premier Partners. Layered Premium Blend Genetics. Brad Howell Ford. Biozyme. Umbarger Shell Feeds. Kennedy Ventures. Sunglow Feeds, and First Farmers Bank and Trust. This adventure wouldn't be possible without the continued support from the Premier Partners.
Starting off with the NSR class right here in the Champions Tribute Show. That's a really interesting deal, and that kind of follows the sale that happened in October with all the certified Oklahoma bred breeders that are allowed to bring. Do what? I didn't hear it. No.
I can't hear.
And that's a really interesting deal, actually. So all of those pigs come to that pig sale, and then they'll show them here. Gives them a chance to potentially be in the premium sale, which the one that wins throughout all the divisions in the entire show gets a certified slot in the premium sale. And last year, I believe Kelsey Baber won that and got $7,500 at the premium sale. So that's a really cool thing. Gives kids a unique opportunity to get in the premium sale through this sale. And like I said earlier, this is the NSR class, and there are 11 entries. So that's the Berkshire, Duroc, Hampshire, Landrace, Yorkshire class. And he just sent 41.6219 to the scales. Well, Ev, looks like we got a lot of Berkshires out here. You know a little bit about Berkshires, don't you?
Oh yeah, that's the breed right there.
Yeah, me and Evan, we fortunately both made the gilt sale with Berkshires, so the Berkshire breed is very near and dear to both of our hearts. We enjoy showing Berkshires. It's going to be a good show. Got a really nice set of bears coming through.
Yes, sir. Berkshire quality is looking high this year.
Yeah, that Berkshire show and the gilts, that was incredibly tough. Commonly known throughout the barns as probably the toughest breed of the day. As we know, the Berkshire breed went on to be Grand and Reserve. 1-2 hold punch that, which I love to see because every year the Berkshire breed just gets tougher. And our judge is Ben Vobel. He joins us from Lincoln, Illinois. And Ben and his family own and operate Vobel Farms. He and his wife, Haley, have 3 daughters that are very active in raising and showing competitive show pigs across the country. They have high-quality animals at just about every show that they go to. They've won a lot. They've done a lot of good. And they have a very, very nice set of show pigs to sell every year. He sent another Berkshire to the scales. It'd be 42.661 or 6641. That'd be Adeline Seaton from Tecumseh FFA. And Ev, this is your first time on the mic, isn't it?
Yes, sir. A little nervous here. Not gonna lie to you.
Don't be worried. It's a good deal. Evan's just joining us for the first time. He's ready to talk and ready to get into some of these purebreds and ready to roll through this Champions Tribute show.
Yeah. So there's talk about the premium sale. I heard there was 1 in 26. 1 out of the 26 total showmen here today will make the premium sale. That's a good opportunity for kids to just make it in an easy way.
Yeah, the odds are really stacked
yes.
towards the kids that are showing in this. This is a great deal that's really come about the last couple years. I believe we've only had this for probably 2 or 3 years, and I can see this growing to be very large. I mean, they sold 100 pigs, brought 26 of them back. Hopefully that number continues to grow. All these are really nice quality. This is going to be a really good class of these NSR pigs, or the NSR pigs. And this really leads off the Barrow show. If you guys tuned in last week, you saw the Gilt show, which ended on Friday. We're back with the Barrow show on Monday. Tomorrow's going to be a really busy day. Got a lot of the purebreds rolling through, the Burks, Durocks, and many more. And then the day after that, they're going to roll in some more purebreds and finish off with the light crosses. And then, which the Hamps also will happen on that day too. And the dark crosses will be on Thursday along with the grand drive. So very, very nice set of Barrows back in the barns. I've been through a couple times, and every year it seems like they get better and better. It's just going to be a really nice show this year, and I'm really thankful to be able to see all those animals back there, because just high quality animals through and through. Going to be a really nice show.
Yeah, judges place in the bottom end of the class here. You see a couple of the top end about to be. He's calling them out right now.
Yeah, and he just rolled this purebred Hampshire on into the 6 hole. Ran a Berkshire right into that 5 hole. So we're going to roll it back through. Got Berkshires all throughout the top 5. Really a testament to how tough the Berkshires have been this year. Top It Off has really made a large impact on the Berkshire breed. Not saying that they're necessarily out of Top It Off, but I know a lot of the gilts in the gilt sale were Top It Offs or top shelves and all those kinds of, all the top sons pretty much.
Yeah, like you said, the Berkshires, they are looking very good this year. The top 4 looks to be all Berkshires. Nice showman here today.
Yeah, and Bubba's going to have a blast judging these things. Good set of Berks, really moderate in their build, really good design kind of pigs that have some structural integrity. Love the head shape on a couple of these guys. Think that they could really put up some hammer in the actual Barrow show, which will happen tomorrow. And he just rolled 42-6-6-4-1 into the 4th hole. That'll be Adeline Seaton from Tecumseh. Rolling into this top 3. We'll see what he runs on this one. I really do need to make a shout out to the Oklahoma Youth Expo for extending their schedules and cleaning out the barns. The barn smells so much fresher today than it did on Friday. They got everything cleaned out and sanitized just to ensure that nothing would happen, keep biosecurity measures at an all-time high. They do a really good job on ensuring animal safety, human safety, and just protecting all the animals that come through. And then he just ran 42-5-7-0-4. Which would be Riggs Dow from Guthrie into the 3rd hole. Really nice pig, just a buzzsaw of a class right here. Oh, and he's about to talk this class. Young man wins the class. Don't necessarily know his number yet. Be Bradley Josephy from Granfield.
Well, it's certainly great. Certainly great to be back at Oklahoma Youth Expo, and a really good way to start off our I guess our first division of Barrows, the tribute show, or, the futurity type of show that we've got. And I think it's a really deep set. I talked to those kids as they got pinned, and I thought there was a really good pair of Berkshire Barrows that came out. And I guess when push comes to shove, as we talk about the 2 Barrows that land in 1st and 2nd, I think from a composition standpoint and immaturity standpoint, the Barrow that young man drives is going to be our class winner. I appreciate the look he has in front of his blade. I think he's a sharper Barrow in terms of his proportions and his look and balance from the side. That's a really elevated Barrow that's got the type of presence that I think we need to have where we're at today. I really appreciate the squareness he's got off both of his skeleton. There's no doubt the Barrow the young lady drives in 2nd. It's a bigger backed one. Man, this one's really, really impressive. When you get behind him, he's got a stout, memorable look as he goes away. I changed the way way he's shaped in his rear joint a little bit. I don't see him quite as just collected. When you get to the side of him, he wants to just deviate a little bit in his top line. His head and neck don't come out as appropriate as that bear that wins this class. But that's a really nice pair of them. Congratulations to both those kids. A great program. I'm glad they're supporting it, buying these bears in that futurity sale and then bringing them and lasting the whole project. A bear comes out next. I really like this one's balance in terms of his feet and legs and his squareness. This is a bear you like as you take him to the ground in terms of his squareness. When I step off this one, in my opinion, he wants to get to be a little lower set of our initial three. And I think most importantly, from a composition standpoint, he's the poorest of our initial three. In my opinion, he wants to get a bit more jammed up on both ends of his skeleton. He's impressive when you get up on top of him. Not more impressive than those ones that go above him, but certainly young man's doing a really good job with that project as well. Young lady that comes out in third may have the class ESTs in terms of skin and hair. This one's got awesome type of hair, and she's done a very, very good job presenting this show pig in this situation. In my opinion, he becomes the quickest one out here from a maturity standpoint. He's too short everywhere as you study him from a profile, and he's a bit quicker in terms of his maturity. Need to clean him up in his composition and just give that hog just a bigger look from the side to make him competitive. We continue with 5, 6, and 7. We talked to all these kids as they got pinned. Good kinds of bears that made the duration and came to OIE. Let's put our hands together for all those kids in this program. Great way to start off our afternoon judging session.
Here are the results in our first class. Class number 1, the NSR Burke, Duroc, Hamp, York, and Landrace Division. Congratulations in first place, Bradley Josie of Granfield. In second, Kaylee Budd of Sterling. In third, Riggs Dow of Guthrie. In fourth, Adeline Seaton of Tecumseh. In fifth, Caitlin Wood of Sayre. In sixth, Jaden Dykstra of Ocomus. In seventh, Kale Huber of Lawton. In eighth, Cameron Kiner of Geary. In ninth, Matthew Slayton of Lawton. And in 10th, Cap Taylor of Forgan. Now entering the ring is our second class in the Champions Tribute Show. This is the CPS class, Chester Whites, Herefords, Polands, and Spots. We have 6 entries in this class.
Okay, we're back, and to start off the class would be Bradley Josephy from Granfield FFA. Second in that class is Kaylee Budd from Sterling FFA. Third is Riggs Dow from Guthrie FFA. Number 4 would be Adeline Seaton from Tecumseh. And then Caitlin Wood comes in 5th from Sayre 4-H. And all 5 of those were Berkshires. So this would be the CPS class, which consists of the Chester Whites, the Herefords, the Polands, and the Spots. There's some nice Chester bears out here, a pair of Spot bears that look really nice, and it's going to be a really nice class, smaller class than the first one. There's 6 in the class, and they're all kind of range between 230 all the way up to 290, just based off of their certain breeds. And there's a really nice Spot bear come out that real stout, real big jawed. Love that one. He comes at you big and strong. Got a nice tone of muscle shape working down the top side of his skeleton. I actually lied. There are 7 in this class. Sorry for that.
Just into spot to the scales?
That would be 425,707. That's Jaylee Buck from Kiefer. A really nice pig. Young lady does a very good job presenting her animals. And he sends another one onto the scales. She does not have a back tag number on, but we will get her name to you. And that is a Spot as well. he just sent what looks like to be another one to the scales. It'd be a Chester White 413. And then joining us on the mic, I'll tell you a little about myself. I'm Blake Weeks. I'm from Shawnee. I grew up in Potawatomi County. I showed with Mr. Kennedy's son, Blake, throughout my younger years. He graduated when I got a little bit older, but I moved on, and now I'm at Meeker High School. And so I showed last week. I showed specifically gilts. Have had a lot of success throughout those. Specifically the Berkshire gilts. Have a lot of passion throughout that breed, and have been very successful and very fortunate both at the Oklahoma Youth Expo and through the Tulsa State Fair. And then, like I mentioned earlier, also made the sale with the Berkshire Gilt up here, as well as a commercial. And so we're just joining us for the Bear Show. We're both up here preparing for the gilt sale, which will occur Tuesday night. Evan, I think, also has a bear, and I'll let him take over for a minute.
Yeah, so my name's Evan Hinkle. I'm from Yukon. I showed a gilt. She was 9th overall Berkshire gilt in the Berkshire lineup. Another thing I'll be showing would be a Berkshire Barrow. Tune in for that on Tuesday. The Berkshire Barrow show's intended to be a good one this year.
And then those wanting to come and see the gilts being offered Tuesday can come and check out on videos on Kennedy Ventures. They'll be on Walton. They'll be on YouTube. Live visits are always encouraged. There's a lot of things that you can see by looking at those things in person, while videos and pictures obviously do a lot of people very good. I like going out and seeing them in person. But Kennedy Ventures offers a very unique way to allow buyers to see show pigs, which they wouldn't have. And then he just rolled that spot into third. Chester rolls in second. Jaylee Buck wins the class.
Another good class of purebreds here on the CPS side of things. And that being said, there's a very, very easy place for me to start. A young lady who's got the more level-eared bear, the spot or Poland appearing bear out here is one that this certainly is very, very high quality. Here's a pig to me that balances just impeccably good from the side. His proportionality, his look, his presence is all really, really good. And then you wonder to yourself, is this hog going to have enough spread when you get behind him? He's very appropriate for his height and his length in terms of where he's at from a squareness and width perspective. That's a very good pig. Congratulations to that young lady on showing that bear today. Very, very nice pig to start this particular class. To me, the decisions came in second and third, and I think we probably are swinging at both ends in the pendulum, but you could say with this pair, I'm more just comfortable with the Chester Bear's body depth and where he's at from a rib cage and fill standpoint today. I think that pig really, really is impressive. When you talk about him from a stoutness perspective, he's got a great big rear leg. He uses it effectively. And I think that pig's just naturally fresher built in his crest and the forerib of his body. And then when you step back and study him from a distance, he just hits me better from a balance perspective. I like the spot in terms of his muscularity. That's a big back, big-ended bear that probably has the class advantages when you step right behind him and study him going away. At the same point, his problems come when you get off to the side of this particular bear. He wants to run downhill. His crest is a bit bigger than the bears that go above him. And simply put, he's more assembled by a committee in this situation. We've got to just make him shorter backed, put more fill into that bear today, but certainly a bear that you like from a muscularity standpoint. Young lady coming out next did a really good job presenting her bear. Here's a bear you like from a length of body and height standpoint. I thought he got just a little more jammed up as we talked about him in the front 1/3 of his body. Maybe from a composition standpoint, he's a little past his prime point for me in this particular situation, but certainly a bear that has lots of quality. As we continue down the line, we've got a bear here that's a little bit stretchy for me, and I think when you get on top of him, he's the least genuine of the top 5 we have out here in terms of muscularity. This hog needs to have more real muscle comparatively to his size he has today. Certainly appreciate the feet and legs and the squareness and the looseness that he brings to the table in this particular class. We finished with a pair of bears that both are bears that have lots of muscle. Need to fix both these from a structure standpoint. I talked to these two young men individually as well. Again, let's put our hands together. A really nice class of purebred bears.
Here are the results in our second class, the CPS class. Congratulations in first place, Jaylee Buck of Kiefer. In second, Whitley Mosier of Perkins. In third, Harley Harbison. In fourth, Destiny Danner of Altus. In fifth, Mallory Poet of. In sixth, Kaylin Hicks of Sterling. And in seventh, Rowdy Burns of Walters. Now entering the ring is our third and final class of the tribute show. This would be the Crossbred Barrows, and we have 14 entries.
How are you, sir?
And we're back to you in the CPS division. Jaylee Buck starts off the class with a spotted bear and she comes from Kiefer. Whitley Mosier's in second. She's from Perkins. Harley Harbison comes in third. Destiny Danner from Altus is in fourth. And then Mallory Petit comes in fifth from Agra. And now we're rolling into the Crossbred division. I'll let Evan really tell you about this.
Yeah, we dropped the Crossbred division in here, and we have 14 entries. He's pinned one back so far. The ones who've walked out in the ring look very high quality.
That's a really neat calico bear. I think he got along really well at the Coba Futurity deal, which also goes hand in hand with this. Offers a unique opportunity to kids at both shows, and he just pinned back Lane Stewart from Tecumseh with a really nice colored up bear. And like I was talking about earlier, that Coba show offers a lot of opportunities. Their Futurity show was really high quality. I think there's a couple more here at this one, and I think this is a pretty nice little class, and we'll see how he really kind of gets into it. Quite a few blues in this class. The blues have really started to come along throughout the past couple years. That young lady right there that just caught a pin is Kylie Beller. She comes from Coweta FFA. That's a really nice blue pig that a young man named Caden Cooper has helped fit on. The young man does a very, very good job on feeding pigs out. One of the up-and-comers, and definitely is here to stay.
Another blue butt pin we see right there. It's going to be Haley Phillips from Stillwater.
Yeah, and Boble comes back to us after judging the crossbreds last year and the gilts. Thought he did an awesome job. Really, really nice set of crossbreds that they sifted and went through, and found some very unique pieces that sold in the sale. The sale had incredible numbers, truly showing what kind of a job he did going through and picking out which ones are the best. Really neat colored one comes out, black dot right on the back, really muscular, kind of a moderate built pig. It's really nice. And Ev, I don't even know if I think some of these pigs can compete in the normal show. I mean, some of these things are tricked out, ready to roll. Really nice
pigs. Yeah,
pigs.
These things look 12 o'clock right now. I mean, some of these pigs are high quality, or as I should say, all of them are high quality. As this one walks through, this lighter weight pig, he can move off a skeleton on both ends, plenty clean fronted, and will hold a nice market value when it comes down to kill day.
And that's Channing Goodson from Tecumseh with the JD pig. Another one catches a pin, and that would be 4-2. I think that's 425-712. excuse me, didn't get the right read on that back tag number. And a big shout out to all the interns and the ring help here at the Oklahoma Youth Expo. They had a long gilt week and stayed positive and maintained a good attitude throughout all of it. Eastern came out and helped us throughout the back and through the sift. All of them did a really good job in helping this show run incredibly smooth. Very little problems overall. And Boble's already got himself 7 pinned back. He's got a couple more to go through. Like I said earlier, big class, good numbers, high quality. This futurity deal is really taking off. I think it's just going to continue to grow and grow until everything in here is incredible, which, I mean, already is really high quality. But I know a lot of breeders are starting to bring their set back some of their best pigs for this, and really enjoying going to the sale and seeing all of the other breeders, and just have a good sale. Hopefully, and go on and win this futurity deal. I know that comes with a lot of bragging rights and a lot of popularity from winning that futurity deal, because it's growing a lot in people's minds. It's getting to be big time.
Yeah, he's placing the bottom in the class right now and working through his sift.
He just put 4-2-6-6-1-2 in the 8 hole, and that would be Hayden Brookman from Harmon County 4-H. Just put J.W. Terrell in the 9 hole.
He's got placed him back now. He's now excusing the rest of the exhibitors in the ring.
We're going to redrive several in this particular drive. As these kids exit, let's make sure we put our hands together. It's a competitive class, and we appreciate them showing it OIE.
Really competitive class out here. Honestly, I don't know if some of these things are, ready to rumble. I mean, I bet we had several champions at jackpots and county shows, districts, all those kinds of things. Really high quality stud that comes out here in this last class of the futurity deal. And Evan, you plan on attending Redlands alongside me. Me and him are both going to attend Redlands, hopefully be on that judging program. Just came off of a storied year, had a great year. College coach was named coach of the year, had a great deal of success. That Calico Bear comes out of the 1 hole ready to rumble. I mean, that one's head shape is so neat. He's a stout-made bear that he's big in his index. He walks real nice. He's big-chested, opened up. Love the amount of width and just sheer base width that one comes at us with. And then Lane Stewart out of the 2nd hole with a very fundamental pig, sound made, flexible, reaches and goes with a high confidence and comfort level. And then just a super freak right out of that 3rd hole with the Kylie Beller pig. That one just he's ready to go. His back shape is great. Love the amount of rib and body that one has. He's super robust and pliable, about to turn to his center rib and body. He's a big bone pig that just moves with ease. Just a really nice set of pigs. And he just ran that one back into the 1 hole. Again, Kylie Beller from Coweta.
I just thought that was funny. I was like, God dang, I'm going to leave.
And then my last shout out of the day is going to be to the Walton guys. They're doing a great job They've ran the cameras almost flawlessly, or I should say flawlessly. I have had no problems with them. Walton's been a great deal. I love going back and watching myself show, being back in the barns, being able to tell what class they're on, all those kinds of things. And just having the ability to watch shows that you're not present at. Like I know last week a lot of us were watching Houston, even though we're at the Oklahoma Youth Expo. So Walton gives us a unique opportunity to look through different shows, pick out different animals. Also helps people trying to buy gilts in the gilt sale. Gives them a preview and a first look of what they're getting into before they buy it. And he just sent another one back to the pens. A young man with a belted Barrow. And while you're up here, make sure and get yourself a Wild Bunch button. They've been raising money, and they've done a great job throughout the past several years on promoting the Oklahoma Youth Expo and all that they do for Oklahoma agriculture. They help out a lot of kids in the show ring, and they give out really, really nice prizes. I know a kid from Weber's Falls got a set of scales, lots of feed giveaways, all those kinds of things. All of us know that feed's on the steady incline, so getting a feed giveaway over a $20 button sounds like a no-brainer to me. It's a special year with a couple of all-timers that are on that button. Great guys that have done an incredible job with the show industry. They've really, really set the precedent for all the guys that'll come after. And he just placed his 4th through 7th right there. Channing Goodson is going to roll into that 4 hole, like I said earlier, with the JD pig.
Top end of this class is going to be very competitive with a blue, a calico, and a belt. We'll see what he does here with the top end.
All 3 are super stout and tricked out and ready to go. That blue, man, he looks real nice. I think he's very, very competitive in that light cross division. That's been gaining traction throughout the past couple years. I myself have really kind of seen the growth and the amount of development that breed has had. They've become a lot more popular. The numbers were up this year at the Oklahoma Youth Expo. I think we put almost 20 in the sale, which a lot of people thought they were in the dark crosses shadow, but they're definitely making their way out and showing us why they deserve to have their own breed. Lots of different colors up here in the top 3. I don't think either of them look alike. We got a blue, a calico, and then a traditionally belted pig. Really fundamental. All 3 of these have really neat pieces. Mr. Bubble does a great job at evaluating livestock for what they are, not what they aren't. He can really be able to tell which ones, just look like they need to be at the top ends of a class. You know, Ev, I'm really excited about this Purebred Hampshire show.
Yes, sir. That's going to offer a lot of quality. We're going to see them drop in here in a couple minutes after they place these futurity sale classes.
Yeah, so today we're running through the Purebred Hampshire show, the Purebred Yorkshire show, as well as the futurity show, and then rounding it out with the Port Derby. So that's an Oklahoma Port Council and OSU ran deal, which basically gives kids an opportunity to show through just by getting pigs at a certain. They buy pigs at a certain price. They feed it a certain feed. They take data in and all that, which basically helps the Oklahoma State University run different tests and kind of figure out what different pigs needs to grow based off of their individual qualities, structural integrity, and their maturity patterns.
Yeah, and again through that Oklahoma state pork derby. They have multiple contests instead of just a show. They have a ready game contest. They get to.
He's about to talk to us about it.
Yeah.
Really nice class, and ultimately, you know, I think it comes down to personal preference in these initial three, and you know, I think it's important that we take a little time in this particular show and all the shows today. These kids in these first three classes are fighting for a sales spot, and for a guy who's judged here, for a guy that's watched the show here, and for a guy that makes Barrows at home, it's really hard to make the sale at OYE. So I think it's very important that we take the time and the effort that these kids deserve, and this fraternity show, because it's a big deal to make the sale at OYE. Man, this is a really interesting pair of Barrows. To me, they're the Barrows that balance up the best. And I guess as I stand back and just continue to watch them go, I'm drawn to the blue one. And the blue one, to me, from a distance, paints the neatest picture in terms of proportionality. That's a really immature look ahead of his blade. I think that hog's got the best just curvature and set to his shoulder and to his forearm. That allows him to maintain just an awesome, comfortable view out here. I had to get past his rear feet. I had to tell myself he's square enough, he's big enough in his rear feet, and he's square enough going directly away from you. I don't think there's a perfect one in this class, and that view as they go away, so then he ultimately becomes the one of choice for me. I think that's a really nice kind of bear to win this particular drive. The bear in second, when he came through, he hit me initially hard because he's got the great big legs and a really, really stout look to his skeleton. He's another bear that you like in terms of his length to height ratio. Ultimately, in my opinion, he wants to be just a bit more lethargic in how he sets his rear leg down. I don't think he has as much fullness in his loin edge as he comes out the backside of his shoulder, and as you come back to his 10th rib, I don't think he's as impressive as that blue one that wins. I thought he was a square option in terms of the way his rear feet hit the ground. That's why it became a close decision in that top pair of Barrows that I think have lots of quality. Our bear in third, I think, is the interesting, or the peace hog, I would tell you, of these initial three, because I love his rear view the best. And I think when this pig goes directly away from you, he's got the best rear foot. He's got the biggest rear foot. And I think he's ultimately the squarest as you study him and his hooks to his pins and as he goes to the ground. From there forward, we've got to sort him differently. In my opinion, I couldn't get him to balance as good as those other Barrows do from the side. He wants to drop his spine a little bit, and ultimately his view as he comes right at you doesn't match what he's got up high in terms of where his front feet hit the ground. He wants to turn out there and close up in his chest. But, man, that's a fresh-bodied, really big-backed, really good rear-legged bear that's presented awesome. Young man does a good job with that bear to end up in third in a nice class. A real boxy-built one comes out next, and he's as probably aggressive coming out the backside of his shoulder as any of them. I guess when I get right behind him, I just couldn't tolerate where his rear leg wants to hit the ground. He's a bit shorter rumped as you study him there. He wants to surge from behind, but that's a fresh presented, really round-bodied one. You like from that perspective. It's got a good look up front. Got to lengthen him out of his rump and out of his hip and give him more range of motion from behind. Maybe the outlier in terms of size, scale comes out next. This big blue bear has some density to his skeleton. He's a bit more upright in the way he's built off of both ends of his skeleton. He's another one that's a little shorter hipped, never wants to get that hog behind his tail. But I think from a stoutness perspective, he needs to stay in our initial five just from a quality standpoint from that degree. The bear coming out next, I like this hog's rear leg. I think he's got a stout look to his rear leg as he goes away. Ultimately, he wants to get a little soft on his front feet. He's probably one of the plainer Barrows when you get right on top of him. Needs to have more shape to the center part of his body as well. I talked to these kids coming out 7, 8, 9, 10. I think this is a good class. Young man definitely got the most out of this pig coming out next. He's an athletic Barrow, and you appreciate that. He's got a big back. He doesn't have enough bone and feature to match what he's got up high. He's got to be stouter there. A lower set one coming out here. We got to make bigger in his kind. You like the amount of just spread and width he's got in the top part of his body. Just doesn't match what he has down low. Good class. Congratulations to all those kids. Let's put our hands together again.
Thank you, Ben. We're now ready to move into the selection for our Champions Tribute Bear Show. If you're just joining us ringside or online, we've made our way through 3 classes. First class being the NSR class, second class being the CPS class, and the third class being the Crossbred class. And entering the ring currently, we'll bring out our first places from each of those classes. Congratulations, first place in class number 1, Bradley Josephi of Granfield. Put your hands together for Bradley. First out of class number 2 in the CPS show, Jaylee Buck of Kiefer. Put your hands together for Jaylee. And first out of our third and final class, the Crossbreds, Kylie Beller of Coweta. Put your hands together for Kylie. Again, as we've talked and Ben has mentioned in his comments, this show is unique to Oklahoma, unique to the Certified Oklahoma Bred Association breeders. The breeders came together and said, let's put on a sale, and pigs from this sale are uniquely eligible for a within the auction of champions, which will take place on Friday afternoon. So that means one of these 3 young people here in the ring will have a sale spot and get to sell their Barrow along with the pigs that will show out of the show that happens tomorrow through Thursday.
As we get back here, the current pigs in the ring are going in for the champion drive for the fraternity show. The previous results are going to be in first, Kylie Reller. She's from McGuire FFA, and her pig's at a white feather.
And 2, we have Journey Danner. Journey Danner, from that pig comes from All In Genetics, and he's a simple man. And to get back to you on that first one,
I'd like for everyone to put your hands together for the Oklahoma Breeders and the program that puts this on. I think it's yeah, let them hear it a little bit. I think it's an awesome program and allows those kids an opportunity to show their Barrow here and make a sales spot. And as I said in that last class, for those that maybe haven't been to OYE before or maybe just haven't been in the trenches, it's really hard to make the sale at OYE. And I respect this organization for making it a challenge because this industry we're in is not easy and it's not forgiving to some degree. And I think this is a great way for the kids to showcase their Barrows today before they ultimately show them later in the week if they so choose and try and make a sales spot. I think it's close between a pair of them out here, and I say this with all due respect. I didn't know if I'd see this kind of quality in this show, and I'm certainly glad they're here. I guess as I stand back and ask myself which one is the farthest reaching and which one has the most quality, in my opinion, I keep coming back to one of them. Your spot bearers, your Grant. Congratulations to that young lady.
Congratulations, your champion in the Champions Tribute Show, Jaylee Buck of Kiefer.
Yeah, and Jaylee Buck takes the grand champion, and that is a Titan from Tim Herron. Awesome pig to start off the futurity deal. Wonderful show, truly shows the depth and quality. Congrats to her.
Yeah, the next one we drop in here is going to be the second.
Yes, breed, and a really good kind of Chester bear in terms of density and stoutness. There was a pair of them, in my opinion, that were fighting for that sales spot. I still think this pig has a lot of upside. If I could change the way he went to the ground from behind, I just think that's a little bit of a problem that he's got comparatively, but I still think that's a very high-quality one. Our crossbred would be reserved. Congratulations to that young lady.
And your reserve champion in the Champions Tribute Show, Kylie Beller of Coweta. That concludes the Champions Tribute Show for the day. We'll move next into the Purebred Hampshire Show. A big thank you to our judge, Ben Boble. And a big thanks to the Oklahoma breeders who put on the sale that allowed for this unique opportunity to happen.
Kylie Beller takes reserve with a pig from McGuire Livestock. That one's a white feather, comes out of our crossbred division. And that wraps up the Champions Tribute Show for the day. We're getting ready to roll right into these purebred Hampshires and then on through the Yorkshires and the entire set. It's going to be a really nice day. Stay tuned.
We have 3 classes. And a fair amount of things that make up the Purebred Hampshire show that are exciting. First off, the sponsors that are listed on the banners around the ring. They're the breeders who are responsible for donating $50,000 to the Oklahoma Youth Expo endowment to develop this purebred show. From a payout perspective, the champion purebred Hampshire Barrow is going to receive $5,000. The reserve champion is going to receive $3,000, and the bronze is going to receive $1,500. Additionally, we have class premiums of $1,000 for first, $750 for second, $500 for third, $250 for fourth. Sounds like a great day to be a purebred Hampshire exhibitor. Okay, we're ready to start our Hampshire show. We'll go ahead and open the gate and allow our judge to get to work sorting Hampshires. In this first class, we have 13 entries, and the weight range is 230 pounds to 259 pounds.
Getting into the Purebred Hamp show, I'm Coy Craig. I'm from Locust Grove, Oklahoma.
Yeah, and Coy showed a lot of very high-quality pigs, made the sale at a state and national level, always finds his way to the top end of just about every class that he shows in. Awesome showman. Got to watch him show throughout the past couple years. Always done a very nice job. And we're rolling in with Class 1 of the Purebred Hampshire Barrows. We have 13 records in the class. Nice little class size right here for some purebred Hamps. And the weight range comes between 230 and 259. So that's a nice little break. But on these Hampshires, you really can't tell what kind of poundage they are because they're all really big framed, really, really nice. And there's a really nice one walking right across the ring over there that the young lady's showing. And he just pinned that one. That'll be 416649. That'll be Kendall Dunn from Alex 4-H. Man, if there was a mullet contest, this kid would win. I mean, he's got the Joe Diffie rocking right now. I think we should implement that here at the OYE. We need to have a mullet contest.
Yeah, there is a lot of kids that take that to the next level. These purebred Hamps have really stepped up in the next year or so. There's been a lot of money put towards this deal, and the purebred Yorkshire deal, it's very good for the kids.
Yeah, Savage Genetics is really kind of taken off with this deal. Todd Kennedy has always been a big believer in the Hampshire breed, has had tons of success throughout that. Lots of really, really nice pigs. He actually won the Purebred Hampshire Gilts. Really nice pig that a young lady that I know very well, Maddie Walker, showed. Really, really good pig, really, really good breeder. Awesome pedigree behind it. Can't get much better than that. And he just sent another one back to the scales.
That's Ella Wilson from Adair FFA.
Yeah, there's honestly just about as much of a crowd as there would be for the normal show, and that really kind of tells you how big this deal's gotten. And he just sent a young man to the scales, 436,249. That would be Peyton Jackson from Kiowa FFA. 4-H, sorry. Excuse me.
Looks like a very tough class. Got pretty good number in this class.
And he just hit 4.33.541 onto the scales. That would be Malia Adams from Muskogee FFA. And I believe this is Coy's first time joining us on the mic, too. Got a lot of first-timers coming in today. Hope they enjoy it. It's a really cool deal that Todd Kennedy allows some young up-and-comers to do. Give them the opportunity to talk through a couple classes, through a couple breeds. Those kinds of things allows for kids to be a little bit more well-versed throughout the livestock industry. Gives them an opportunity to showcase their talents. Ultra high quality class to start us off. Young lady rolls into 5th. She does not have a back tag number. Another young lady rolls us into 6th. That's 4211196. That would be Whitley Moser from Perkins 4-H. Excuse me, she rolls into the 6th hole. Yeah, and he's rolling through, placing the bottom end of the class. We're about to bring the top 5 back out and reevaluate, hopefully place this class.
Quick reminder, those who wanted to see the gilts being offered Tuesday night can come or see or check out Kennedy Ventures online. They've previewed them this morning, I believe.
Yeah, they actually previewed them the other day. We walked them out for some guys yesterday. They're going to run another preview today, and that'll be on YouTube.
Good class of Hampshires is our last 3 remaining exit. Let's please put our hands together for all those exhibitors.
Our our payout for our class placing is first place gets $1,000. Second place will receive $750. Third place will receive $500, and fourth will receive $250. And then our champion, Purebred Hampshire, will receive $5,000. Our reserve is $3,000, and our bronze is $1,500. So people put money back towards this thing. There's definitely been more and more each year, and they keep getting better and better.
Yeah, like I said earlier, Savage has become a huge sponsor, as well as Kilmer and Laird's Premium Blend. They offer a lot of support towards the show, allow it to happen. Payouts are large. There's tons of support. This is a really neat opportunity for some kids to showcase their purebred Hampshire Barrows, which has also led to the purebred Yorkshire show, which has helped out a lot of people be able to promote their names, because everybody knows that in non-purebred shows, the purebred Hampshires would be a little bit outshone by crossbreds, and so this show allows for purebred Hampshires to be exhibited with their own kind. Really helps breeders get their names out, and then also those extra prize packages, man, they really entice kids into owning some purebred Hampshires. And he's rolling in through the top 4. and this is a really, really neat class. Lots of pieces, lots of really, really nice pigs through here, and he's picking them. He's picking them really, really, really tough. He's got to a really high quality class, making his way on narrowing these down to 10. It would be incredibly hard. If I was right out there in the middle, I don't know what I'd do in a class like this.
Yeah, very nice class. These hamsters keep getting stouter and stouter and still adding the features and structure that you need. Nice setup.
Yeah, like Coy said, the quality is definitely continuously growing in this breed. Definitely have to appreciate what it's done throughout the past couple years. It's grown so much. The quality's grown. The amount of numbers have grown. And this show has grown just a lot in itself. Throughout a couple years ago, there weren't very many, but now we're rolling through classes of 10, 15, those kinds of things. And then he just put Malia Adams from Muskogee in 4th.
I think a solid way to start off our Hampshire show, and I'm not going to tell you that these three are easy to put together because there's some definite differences and some give and take, and I guess the way you want to line your priorities up on this initial three, there's no doubt as I step back from these three barras and talk about proportionality and build and balance and the way that they're made in terms of their skeleton and their top side levelness, I prefer the young man's barra pretty easily from that perspective. From a distance, that is a short back, long-hipped bear that's very appropriate about his length that he has to his neck. He utilizes his rear leg as good, if not the best of our initial three. No, there's no doubt. I'd like to ease him back in his forearm and give him more width to his chest. I think that's why it becomes a little closer out here because that's where I'd critique that bear to make him an easy class winner. The bear that goes in second is probably the EST one in terms of back shape. That's a big aggressive turn that bear has coming out the backside of his shoulder. Very, very impressive when you get up on top of him. When I get to the side of him, he doesn't want to blend as well as either bear on both sides of him. His neck and the way it blends into his top line is not appropriate. He too's a bear that needs to be fixed in terms of his knee and the way his forearm sets. The really interesting one comes in third, and I'll be honest with you, when he came through, I thought, man, this one's got to be better from behind. I still feel that way, but this is a very unique bear in terms of the length he has to his neck. That's a bear that has more of a crossbred look out here comparatively. But in my opinion, he's got the biggest problems to go along with that uniqueness that he has to his look. You get behind this one and he wants to push out in his rear joint. We need to redesign the way he's made, especially in the shape he has to his left hock. And then from being the wide bear that's set that way from behind, his rib cage and his body dimension doesn't match. And he's just a bear that has too many problems for me, I guess, to be a top pair kind of bear. Some very neat stuff in terms of bone and stoutness and look. It's got to fix him from behind to make him more competitive. A more meat and potatoes bear comes out next, and he's a bear that you like in terms of his forerib shape. He's a really honest type of bear in terms of his body width and dimension. When you step to the side of this one, he's too general and vanilla in the way he's built in the front 1/3 of his body. Need to blend his crest better into his top line. He's probably the least fresh bear we have of our top four. Young lady drives a nice bear here that I like in terms of his freshness and his skin and hair. He just needs more feature for me. He becomes the fragile-jawed, frail bear bear of our top 5, but certainly still a Hampshire bear that's got lots of quality in terms of his build and his proportions. Young lady coming out next has got another bear you like from a stoutness perspective. Got to fix his rear leg from behind. He wants to put too much weight on the outside of his hoof wall. It's a good class of Hampshires. I talked to the rest of the kids as they exit. Let's put our hands together for all those young people.
Here are the results in our first class of purebred Hampshires. Congratulations in first place to Peyton Jackson of Kiowa. In second, Ella Wilson of Adair. In third, Kendall Dunn of Alex. In fourth, Malia Adams of Muskogee. In fifth, Mackenzie Brummett of Macomb. In sixth, Whitley Mosher of Perkins. In seventh, Aspen Freeman of Blanco. In eighth, Joy Zedernicki of Moore. In ninth, Kinsley Brown of Pawnee. And in 10th, Jasper Bland of Dewey. Now entering the ring is our second of 3 classes of purebred Hampshires. Again, class 2, purebred Hampshire entering the ring currently.
Nice class of purebred Hampshire. The placing, Peyton Jackson wins. He's from Kauai, 4-H. In second, Ella Wilson from Adair FFA. Kendall Dunn will be third from Alex, 4-H. And fourth is
Malia Adams from Muskogee.
And fifth is Mackenzie Brummett from Macomb FFA.
Yeah, and we're rolling through Class 2 purebred Hampshires. Got another 13 records in the class. Really nice class. He's already sent one back to the scales. First one comes out. And then we got another really nice bear comes out right here. Super moderate, super trendy. Love his back shape. Really muscular.
The pig that wins the last class is I'm pretty sure he comes from Savage. They do a nice job. They put a lot of effort towards this deal, like we said.
Yeah, and he just sent another one to the scales. It'd be 412,995, I believe. Yeah, 412,995. Kirsten Norton from Blanchard. Speaking on behalf of the Gilt Show, I thought the quality this year was through the roof on the Crossbred and on the Purebred side. Really nice numbers, incredibly deep. The Gilt sale might be just about as good as it'll ever be. The one that wins the Crossbred, I think she's different. The one that's reserved, she's just about as different in different ways because these things are just super wild, super trendy, big bones, big backs. Their legs working the right ways. Just incredible animals to start off our crossbred breed. And then working on through, you got tremendous quality from top to bottom. There are several pigs that maybe didn't make it that went on to win county shows, divisions, and all those kinds of things at jackpots, and really showcase their talents before the city. This show every year is super hard to crack. I know that a lot of people come up here every year and show their 3 and maybe don't get a crack at it, but me and Coy, we've been very lucky throughout the past couple of years. Made the sale a couple times, hung a couple banners just around.
Yeah, like Blake said, it was very tough this year. Definitely, the crossbreds were definitely better than they have been, I thought, and I think other people think that too. The purebred gilt drive was incredibly good. There was a very nice set of them.
And he just sent 412,375 onto the scales. That would be Avon Harlan from Buffalo FFA. And he's already run 3 back in the back. And we're gonna rack them full and bring him right back out to look at him again. And I believe this young man that just came out with the Fire Mullet had exhibited the reserve champion Hampshire Gilt. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm pretty sure that he did. Comes out with a really nice Barrow. And he just got pinned. I believe that would be Hudson Long from Dibble FFA. And Coy, did he win the Herefords too?
Yes, he did win the Hereford Gilts, and that was a very, very good set of Hereford Gilts this year.
It might be the deepest set of Herefords that I've ever seen at any show. The quality's been tremendously rising throughout the past couple years. They've caught fire, especially right here in Oklahoma. Lots of people are showing them. They're really, really nice. I believe that there could be some in this gilt sale that bring a pile because they're just so unique for their breeds. Young man's a senior, and he's really, really had a nice senior year with the champion Hereford Reserve Hampshire Gilt, which actually came from OSU. That's an OSU-raised pig. Glad to see they're starting to come back and have some success at the Oklahoma Youth Expo. And he's just rolling through, pinning them towards the bottom end of the class, going through the first initial sift, and then he'll bring them back out, and he'll probably just bring out the top 5 and roll them through.
There's 3 classes of these purebred Hampshires. I believe there's about 13 in each class, so pretty good numbers. It's been tough.
Yeah, I believe we have 38 purebred Hampshire Barrows here, which would raise the
for those kids to the exit. Another good class of Hampshires.
Sorry, got cut off there a little bit. We have 38 purebred Hampshires, which raises the numbers a little bit from the past couple years. I can continue to see this grow and grow. Young man last year had a really nice one to win in this purebred Hampshire division, and young lady comes out with an awesome purebred Hampshire bear. I believe that's Madison Brindley. Don't know where she comes from, but a really nice Hampshire bear to come out of that one hole. And Madison Brindley is from Hartshorn. Sorry for that.
Looks like a very tough top 5. I don't know what you think, Blake, but a little better quality and a little tougher class than the last class, I believe.
Yeah, last class was ultra high quality. This one just really kind of puts it down a little bit and makes it look maybe not as good. Just because this class is ultra high quality, really nice animals from top to bottom. Going on through that 10 hole, they're really nice purebred Hampshire Barrows. These things are tricked out and ready to go. Feet and legs are in check. Big bones, they move and work right. Love the amount of top shape that they're putting in these Hampshires. Their base width is just really increasing every year. New boars, breeding stuff a little bit better, maybe just improving like all breeders do, and putting more eggs in the Hampshire basket has obviously made it a little bit better. And Hudson Long ends up in that 4 hole. Really nice gilt though, ultra high quality, or really nice bear. Sorry, got him confused with this Hampshire gilt. And 412995 rolls into that 3rd hole. That's Kirsten Norton from Blanchard.
Are responsible for donating $50,000 to the Oklahoma Youth Expo endowment. As I look around the ring, I see High Point Genetics, Top Cut Genetics, Heimer Hampshire, SGI, Upper Hand Genetics, the National Swine Registry, Laird Premium Genetics, Kilmer, Swine Farm, and Savage Genetics. The payouts today will be $5,000 for the champion, $3,000 for the reserve, and $1,500 for the bronze. Not to mention in the classes, class champions will receive $1,000, second $750, third $500, and fourth $250. Again, we're currently on our second of 3 purebred Hampshire classes.
Another good class of Hampshires, and specifically a very nice upper end. And as you get to a pair of them that ultimately I think have just a shot more balance and look and just appeal to me from that perspective. And then as we take this pair to the ground, there's the one out here that just is a monster in terms of bone and foot. He's a bear that the young lady drives here to my right that has a very, very unique, good type of rear leg. His rear foot plants very, very square as it goes to the ground. And then on top of that, when you step right on top of him, he's the bear of choice when we talk about pin width and squareness and looseness. I think that's a very, very good kind of bear to win this particular class. I wouldn't say he's maybe as fresh as the bear that goes in second. I probably prefer the head shape that the one in second has from that perspective, and this one in second is very, very impressive from a body shape perspective. I don't read his rear 1/3 as agile and as comfortable or just as extended as a bear that wins this particular class. In my opinion, he wants to get just a bit straighter in the way he's made on both ends of his skeleton. That's being critical of a fresh, good-looking, very good presented bear that's very, very impressive from a body shape perspective. Just doesn't have the extras that bear wins this particular drive. Good pair there on the upper end. I like the bear that comes out in third from the side, and maybe he's as good as any as we have in this particular drive in terms of tallness of shoulder, length ahead of his blade. The problems come when you get right behind him. This hog wants to close up as he goes to the ground. Then as you take him to the ground, he's easily the most fragile built of our initial 3 in this particular class. Got to make him stouter, got to make him denser to run with that pair of really nice bears in this class. Young man's got a great bodied bear that's very practical in terms of his rib shape. He's a big bladed hog that's got good muscle from that perspective. For my opinion, as you step off him, he becomes a bit quicker in the way he's made, especially in the front 1/3 of his body. He has a little more crest laying on top of his neck. He's a bit rounder constructed out of his hip. But man, that one's muscle driven, and he's good from a freshness perspective. Young man did a good job with that project and got the most out of him for sure. We continue with some bears here. Young lady doing a really good job with a little injury there. That's a bear you like from a muscle perspective. You got to pick him up on his rear feet. I thought he was the next one that had the most quality from a look perspective. We finished up with some good bears. One coming out here needs to be cleaned up in terms of his composition. That's a bear that's probably just a little past his end point. Congratulations to those kids. Good class again.
Here are the results in our second class of purebred Hampshires. Congratulations in first place, Madison Brindley of Hartshorn. In second, Avon Harland of Buffalo. In third, Kirsten Norton of Blanchard. In fourth, Hudson Long of Dibble. In fifth, Riley Halford of Bristow. In sixth, Hatley Dixon of Wynnewood. In seventh, J.C. Lane Castle of Chattanooga. In eighth, Jolynn Doyle of Medill. In ninth, Jay Pardis of Okarche. And in 10th, Roan Dillinger of Elk City. Now entering the ring is our third and final class of purebred Hampshires.
Coming out of that class, Madison Brindley starts that off. She comes from Hartshorn. I believe that pig is a Heimer, or is from Heimer. Avon Harlan comes in second from Buffalo. Kirsten Norton from Blanchard runs in third. Hudson Long shuffles into fourth from Dibble. And then Riley Halford from Bristow comes in fifth.
Yeah. Last class was very nice. The top pair was very good. Not an everyday Hampshire you see.
Yeah, and we got 2 pin back already in this heavyweight Hampshire class. After this, we're going to line them up. I believe a grand reserve and possibly a third overall. I don't know for sure. And he's already got 3 pinned back, several out, 12 in the class. Another pretty big class.
Yeah, just a reminder, class placings for these purebred Hampshires are first place gets $1,000, second place gets $750, third place will get $500, and fourth place will get $250. And we, I believe we are picking 3 purebred Hampshires, champion, a reserve, and a bronze, and the champion gets $5,000, the reserve gets $3,000, and the bronze gets $1,500. So very good payout for these Hampshire deals. There's a lot of donations and stuff that come towards this deal.
Yeah, big possibility of between class and the overall deal getting about $6,000, and you typically wouldn't get that, especially just winning a breed or whatever. So this is a unique opportunity. It pays out a lot of money. Lots of kids are going to be joining in this because this is a really good deal that a lot of people need to start buying into.
This is the last class of purebred Hampshire Barrows, and then we'll roll into the champion drive.
And then following the Purebred Hampshire Show, a predecessor to the Hampshire Show is the Purebred Yorkshire Show. We're going to run a couple classes of those. Really nice quality.
Something new this year is they're doing a derby, I believe, for first beginner showman, Oklahoma State. All the pigs will be from OSU. Just first time showman. They're calling it the derby showman. I believe that's the first time deal.
Yeah, it is. It is a first-time deal. The Oklahoma Pork Council plays a big hand in that one. They're very vital to Oklahoma agriculture. They play a big part in the Oklahoma Youth Expo and maintaining the proper biosecurity measures throughout this show. As you can probably see if you're here, Kylie Denise is on the mic. She leads the Pork Council. She's a great leader, awesome person. I've got to tour the Oklahoma Pork Council facility a couple times. Every single time I go, I learn something new. Great program, great people. They have a lot of really good interns and ambassadors that go out and talk to people about biosecurity measures.
The Hampshires, as we ask those others to exit, let's put our hands together again. Good group of kids.
Coming out of the one hole, we have Madeline Norvell from Amber Pocasset. A really nice pig, super sharp looking. Coming down to the second hole, we have 4-2. I can't see that. 4-2-6-0-1, I believe. 4-2-0-6-0-1. That'd be Hendrix Butler from Guthrie. A really nice one coming out of that third hole. That's 4-1-2-6-1-5.
I believe that pig that just came out of the third hole was the champion of reserve Hampshire Bear at the Cobra show.
And that is J.D. Garrett from Chattanooga FFA. Really nice pig. Love the look from the side profile. Super broad-chested. Love that one's rib shape and the amount of body that he comes at you with.
I believe that came out next is Laney Stodd.
Yeah, Annalise Stouty from Wellston FFA, and he just rolls that 4-2-0-6-0-1 into that fourth hole, which would be Hendrix Butler. So Hendrix Butler ends up in fourth. Yeah, and another really nice trio of these purebred Hampshire Bears. Every single class we say they're super high quality and they can't get any better. And somehow, some way, they always come at you a little bit better, a little bit broader. These things are really, really stout for purebred Hampshires. Love the program that goes on in Oklahoma. And the purebred Hampshire breed is always interesting to look at, especially in Oklahoma. And this J.D. Garrett from Chattanooga will wind up in third. So we have Annalise Stouty and Madeline Norvell out here driving for your champion or for your class winner in the heavyweight Hampshire division.
Stouty girl, her pig's a little bit more moderate, stouter. Norvell's pig, a little better, sharper looking. Very nice pig. So
both these things really rolled up in their top, super muscular, super shapely down the top side of their skeleton, and just really nice duo of purebred Hampshire Bears in this heavyweight class. They're also super fresh, which is really hard to feed in any bears, especially the purebreds. And I know that maybe purebred Hampshires are not necessarily thought of as a higher quality breed in the Barrows, but I think that that Oklahoma is really starting to put them up on a pedestal with the rest of them. They're starting to get so much better, higher quality. These things are really turning into competitive show animals.
Solid way to end our Hampshire show, and I think a pair of them, and I'm not going to tell you that either one of these or this pair look very similar. I think they both have lots of quality. Here's the way I see them, and I think there's some give and take. I think it's a really close pair of them. I don't think there's a logical way to place these, to be honest with you. I think you just kind of set your priorities where you want to. To me, the hog that is the most striking, that has the most length in front of his blade, I think he's a Barrow, to me, that has the best presence from a distance in terms of the shape he has and his loin edge, and I think he's very, very appropriate in terms of his height to length ratio. Yeah, he's a bigger kind of hog, but it matches. As they turn and come at you, they're both very similar in terms of their blade shape and their chest, and I think the Barrow that wins is one that I just think he looks a little bit neater in terms of the way he's presented in his head, neck, and the way it sits on top of it. And then when you take him to the ground from behind, I'm just more comfortable with his rear leg in terms of his foot, his rear ankle, and his posture and the flexibility he has right there. On the other side of the spectrum, I do appreciate the second place Barrow in terms of just he's got more natural body shape. I think he's a denser made kind of Barrow. I think he's stouter in terms of his bone work. At the same time, I read him to be more upright on both ends of his skeleton. I just can't get him to blend and balance as well as that Barrow that wins. But I think it's really close because I'd call him the fresher body Barrow out here. I'd call him probably just the bigger muscle Barrow as he goes right away. I just got to take him to the ground more comfortable from behind. He's in back in his shoulder and set that head and neck more appropriate there on top of his blade. That's a close pair. I think there's a lot of give and take in those two young ladies that do a very nice job presenting both those projects. The Barrow that comes out next, you certainly have to appreciate the stoutness that this one offers. Here's a really, really good skull Barrow that's got a big set of bones as you study him from that perspective. In my opinion, he becomes the straightest one as we study our top three. Need to lengthen him out of his rump, give him more flexibility to his rear hock, and as it goes to the ground from behind. Young man comes out with another kind of meat and potatoes Barrow that's got, good job, hon, that's got some good pieces in terms of body shape and stoutness. Got to make him neater look in the front 1/3 of his body. As you take him to the ground, especially up front, he's the fragile forearm Barrow of our top four. Young man coming out next has got another Barrow that you certainly appreciate from a look and design standpoint as you get to the side of him. I called him the fragile Barrow of our top five. He wants to camp underneath himself and get just a little bit rounder in the way he's constructed. I've talked to the rest of the kids as they exit. Congratulations to them. It's a good class of Hampshires.
Thank you, Ben. We'll move into the selection of our purebred Hampshire Barrow next. I'll catch us up on the results in just a moment.
And starting off that class, Madeline Norvell from Amber Pocasset, and her pig is from Savage. Annalise Stouty comes in second from Wellston with a Danner pig. And then J.D. Garrett from Chattanooga rolls into third. Hendricks Butler finds his way to fourth, and Case Hayes comes in fifth. A really nice class, and we're rolling into these the champion Hampshire Barrow. This is going to be really interesting, high-quality set right here of class winners. These classes go 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 deep. Great classes, good sets of pigs. All these really, really, really nice pigs.
Yeah, and remember the champion gets $5,000, the reserve gets $3,000, and the bronze gets $1,500. So very, very, very good payout for these purebred Hampshires.
And again, we're bringing out Peyton Jackson from Class 1, Madison Brindley from Class 2, and then Madeline Norvell from Class 3.
Very, very tough purebred Hampshire Barrow drive. It'll be very good.
This is Peyton Jackson's Barrow, and he comes from Kiowa 4-H. Madison Brindley comes out here with a Heimer pig. And Madison resides in Hartshorn.
The Class 1 winner comes from Savage. The Class 2 winner comes from Heimer. And also the Class 3 winner comes from Savage. So Savage has two out here, and they put a lot of work into this purebred Hampshire deal.
Boble, he's looking through our class winners right now, going to pick you out a champion. And like Coy said earlier, we're going to go 3 deep in this division. First one paying out $5,000, next will be 3, and then 1,500. And then all these pigs out here, they're super dark. I mean, getting these pigs dark and just the right amount of tan is incredible. These are some of the darkest pigmented pigs that I think we've seen yet this far, and really, really nice pigs. Each of them super stout, sharp looking. Love their back, their top shape, the amount of rib that they have. They're pretty broad and robust about their rib cage. Just a really nice set.
All 3 of these were.
Well, certainly it's something awesome that the breeders across this great country and especially the supporters in Oklahoma that have put together a purebred Hampshire and Yorkshire Barrow show here at OYE. And I would encourage you, those that maybe aren't participating, that you ought to put some of these on feed for your kids. Not only is it a great learning experience, but it gives them an opportunity to show some more pigs at OYE. And also, I mean, the payout they're given is just tremendous from that perspective. And so it's another opportunity to reap some reward for those that are giving that back to those kids. And so let's put our hands together for all those people that are supporting this awesome event. I think it's a good show out here. I do think there's a pair of them that to me that are similar in terms of their build and look, and maybe have some places I'd fix them. Then I think there's an outlier out here in terms of comfort and bone and foot and agility out here. I guess you could term him as maybe my kind out here. You're gonna let her hear my rights. Gonna have your champion. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to our champion, purebred Hampshire, Madison Brindley of Hartshorn. Now entering the ring is second out of class number 2, Avon Harland of Buffalo.
That pig of Madison Brindley's comes from Heimer, I believe. Very nice pig, guys.
Yeah, and we brought out the second in that class, which would be Avon Harland from Buffalo. And they were driving for the reserve grand honors right here.
That class 2 was very, very tough. I'm pretty sure.
We get out here for reserve. We drop that second place Barrow in. I think that's a good bodied type of Barrow that it's got some squareness. I don't know that his look ahead of his blade and his presence out here is as good as another pair. I think when a push comes to shove, it comes down to the pair of young people that are here to my right. And I guess as I step back and study them and ask myself, which one's the denser version, which one's the stouter version, which one has a bigger arm and a bigger and more useful rear leg, young man that wins that first class will be reserved. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations, reserve champion, purebred Hampshire, Peyton Jackson of Kiowa. Now entering the ring is second out of class number 1, Ella Wilson of Adair.
Yeah, and Peyton Jackson takes reserve grand, and he's from Kiowa 4-H. That's a Savage pig. And I believe that the breed champions get to take a ride in the limo. I think that's a new thing that, or not necessarily a new thing, but I think that's a thing that they've been doing. But now they're going for the bronze overall honors, and they would bring out that second in that class, Ella Wilson from Adair with a Weimer pig. Madeline Norvell takes third overall with the Savage.
Show.
The only thing that comes out of nowhere is nothing. Exciting and true aren't always the same thing. Reliable is peaceful. Perspective comes from knowledge and experience. What's proven may not be glamorous, but the easy path isn't always durable. Be durable. Things keep moving faster. Not getting distracted by price tags and tag-alongs takes discipline. Discipline requires vision, purpose, and patience. Dreams may occur after dark, but they are not achieved overnight. Be steady. Keep moving forward. Stick to the plan. There is no destination without vision. Even the mere lack of resolve stalls progress. Accept that critics are eternal. Have the courage to be noticed and make an impact. If faith in the vision is deep enough, it's worth the risk. Time can be frustrating. Patience takes determination. And when no one is looking, focus anyway. Lean into the struggles because the result is experience. There is no elevator to the top. The stairs are the only option.
We're going to continue scooting through our show today, and we're ready to move into the purebred Yorkshire Bears. We've got 7 classes, and entering the ring currently is our first class. Weight range in this class is 232 to 249.
So we're starting off on the first class of the purebred Yorkshire Bears. Got 7 classes of these things, lots of numbers, averaging about 12, 13 a class. So we're starting off with class 1. Got 12 in it, weight range between 232 and 249. Awesome set of animals, hopefully, and a young lady gets pinned. I believe that is Maddie
Rasky.
Yeah, Maddie Rasky from Weber's Falls. Really nice Yorkshire Bear that catches the pin.
There's 12 of this class. They range from 232 to 249. Addison Bronoff from Grove FFA catches a pin. I believe the payouts are the same on this still as they are for the Purebred Hampshire.
Yeah, I think they are too, which following the Purebred Hampshires, the champion was 5,000 reserve. I think the reserve was
3,000.
Yeah, 3,000. Third overall was 1,500. They paid out 1,000 if you won your class. Really nice number there. And that is Stetson. I can't even think of his name. Stetson Phillips from Watonga. And that's a JD pig. That'd be out of Molly Buckmaster's champion at the city last year, I believe. Don't count on me if I'm wrong. But a really, really intriguing looking Yorkshire Bear that rolls into that third pin. And we have our full class out here. He's going to line 10 of them up, go through his initial sift. And then Gabby Marsh rolls into that 4 hole. She's from Antlers.
I believe there's 6 or 7 classes.
7 classes of these, yeah. Lots of numbers. And then 4-2, if I can think right. 427-856, which would be Cannon Dufer, rolls into that 5th hole.
Just a reminder, those wanting to come see the sale gilts being offered Tuesday night can come see or check out Kennedy Ventures online. They previewed them this morning, I believe, and they'll be doing another preview today.
At some point. There's a lot of unofficial previews. If you come in and want to look at some pigs, you can walk up and ask somebody to get it out for you, and you can look at them. I'm sure that all the videos are uploaded on YouTube, on Walton, wherever you want to watch. But if you need any assistance in finding those, look up the Walton Webcasting website or go to Kennedy Ventures on YouTube. And this is a really nice trio of Yorkshire Bears. Love the look and the design, the muscle shape and the bone on some of these things. Really, really nice class to start off our Yorkshire Bear show.
Yeah, and they moved the gilt sale from the Dirt Arena and Barn 8.
Yeah, the gilt sale will be in the Expo hall. A lot of you people have been asking about location on that. It will be in the Expo hall. If you want to come and look at pigs, or if you want to come watch the sale, it will be in the Expo hall. And I believe that Addison Bronaugh will be in the third hole, and she is from Grove FFA. And it looks like Boble's about to talk our top two. Really nice duo of purebred Yorkshire Barrows. I think this is as competitive as a purebred Yorkshire class that I've seen in a while. Really, really nice set. Like I said, Boble's about to get into it.
Addison Bronaugh was third, correct?
Yes, sir. Yep, Addison Bronaugh will be in third, Gabby Marsh will be in fourth, and Cannon Dufert will be in fifth. And this Stetson Phillips pig is incredibly stout for a purebred Yorkshire. I mean, his feet and toes are just giant. His toes push and work in the right ways. They go in the right directions. That's really just an awesome purebred Yorkshire based off of his stoutness, his look from the side profile. I love that pig when you get up to the side of him. He's super attractive and super eye-appealing throughout his head and neck, and Bubbles about to talk these.
A really interesting pair of them that land at the top of this particular class, and I think there's some differences in this pair. I guess as I step back and just study proportionality, balance, I think most importantly, looseness of skeleton and heaviness of structure, Young Man's Barrow is going to be your class winner. I'll be the first to tell you, I'd like to open that pig up when you get right behind him. I do think he's on the way up, though, and I think that's what I heard one of your guild judges talk about that the other day, and I think it's very important as show judges we talk about that. I think this pig has a big window that he can still continue to go up. He's a lightweight Yorkshire Barrow. His length of neck is more appropriate for the amount of substance he has. That's a really big loose rear leg that handles it very, very effectively. There's no doubt the reason it's close is our Barrow in second does have more spread when you get behind him. That's a bigger hip Barrow. That's a Barrow that has more shape and dimension in the lower part of his muscle as you study him going away. At the same time, he doesn't read to be as big at the ground as that Barrow that wins, and I guess when I step back, I don't think he uses his hock as effectively, and I'm not going to say because he wore out. He never uses his hock as effectively as that Barrow that wins this particular class. I think that's a close pair. I think there's differences, and I think it's really close. Nice pair to start off our Yorkshire show. Very effectively shown, and very good skin and hair on those Barrows. This Barrow that comes out in third is a really, really fresh-bodied Barrow. You appreciate the amount of spread he has from his shoulder blade to his hip. At the same time, he wants to become just a little more jammed up, I guess, and probably just a little puffy for me personally as you get to the front one-third of his body. And then he, too, is one that's got to be extended off of both ends. He's just a bit shorter in his upper hip and make that pig longer necked and maybe just take a little bit of the cover he has off today. There's a different Barrow coming out next, and he's probably as elevated as any we have in this particular class. He's a big-legged Barrow that uses those feet and legs effectively. I guess for me, he's just too dry today. I wish he had more natural fill. I think it throws off his proportionality a little bit. He becomes a little stretchy in relationship to those Barrows that go above him. If he was maybe fuller and got to show in a different class, I think that'd probably make him a little more competitive. Barrow comes out next. The young man was having a little bit of trouble just getting him to kind of coordinate with him. That's a widespread Barrow that's got maybe as much natural muscle as any of them. He's not as smooth build in his top line. I didn't see him as using his rear leg as effectively as those ones that go above him. We continue down the line. We've got lots of nice Barrows in this class. A Barrow here you like from a stoutness perspective. Need to fix him, or I guess just freshen him up in terms of skin and hair. Congratulations to all those kids. Good job.
Here are the results in our first class of purebred Yorkshire Bears. Congratulations in first place, Stetson Phillips of Watauga. In second, Maddie Risky of Weber Falls. In third, Addison Barrow of Grove. In fourth, Gabby Marsh of Antlers. In fifth, Cannon Dufer of Bryan County. In sixth, Harley Davis of Tipton. In seventh, Georgia Dobson of Turner. In eighth, Haley Hall of Battis. In ninth, Brody Cooper of Elgin. And in 10th, Ayana Brennington of Elgin. Now entering the ring is our second class of purebred Yorkshires.
And to start off that class would be Stetson Phillips from Watauga. I believe that is a JD Show Pigs raised piglet. Maddie Rasky comes in second from Weber's Falls. Addison Branaugh from Grove is in third. Gabby Marsh from Antlers is in fourth. And Cannon Dufer from Bryan County is in fifth. And we're rolling into Class 2 Purebred Yorkshires. We got 14 records in the class. Going to be an ultra high quality class like its predecessor. Awesome set of Purebred Yorkshires. Really happy to see what Boble does on this one.
Yeah, the weight range for on these is 250 to 262.
And that young man catches a pin. That would be 414810.
That is Gunnar Smith from Velma.
Velma Alma FFA. And that young lady catches a pin. That'd be 419531. That would be Ashton Gamble from Sealing FFA. Rhett Seitz catches a pin, and he's from Granite FFA. I believe that's a sweetgrass livestock raised pig. I'm pretty sure that was your champion at the Oklahoma Bred Swine Exposition. Really, really nice pig. A real nice high quality class that follows our lightweight class, and this is another really nice quality class that honestly has some pieces. The top three are already pinned back. Boble's gonna run all the way through 10, bring those back, hit his initial sift, place his top 5, and then he'll give us our reasonings. That young lady catches a pin, and it'll be 411894. And that'll be Haley McGuire from Ringling FFA. just a reminder to everyone tuning in, make sure and get your Wild Bunch button. They're going around for $20. Special edition has some real all-time greats on the back of it. Means a lot to a lot of people, and it raises a lot of money for exhibitors at the Oklahoma Youth Expo and just basic livestock exhibitors in Oklahoma. Make sure and go get you a button for $20. Hopefully win a really neat prize. Can honestly get a free set of scales, some different feed, all those kinds of things. Just from a $20 button, go get yours. And he has
kids as they exit.
And he has rolled through his top 10, done his sift. We're going to rework these top 5. All 5 are super high quality for a purebred Yorkshire Bear class. Got lots of quality working down all through different types of levels in this breed. A really neat division that gives purebred Yorkshire breeders the opportunity to showcase the animals that they breed. Coming out of the first hole, that's 4-1-8. That'd be 4-1-8. (414-810). Gunner Smith. Rhett Seitz comes out of the third hole with the Sweetgrass livestock raised one.
God dang.
And Coy's having a little bit of trouble. I don't know if he's sick or he just doesn't know how to run camera equipment, but he'll get it figured out.
Chicken on the stick's a little spicy.
Yeah, that's an Oklahoma Youth Expo favorite. I think if you went around the barns and asked people what the #1 food consumed at the Oklahoma Youth Expo would be, it'd have to be chicken on a stick. Most people come here just to exclusively eat that, seems like. I walk around and see a chicken on a stick just about everywhere I go, no matter the time of day. That's just part of the Oklahoma Youth Expo. And then Haley McGuire will run into that fourth hole. Sapphire Uptergrove goes in third. And that leaves Rhett Seitz and Ashton Gamble out here for your class winner. Both high-quality pigs, very different in their type and kinds, but definitely have a lot of muscling, a lot of rib, a lot of body. Both are structurally sound, pulled apart, and broad in their chest. Just two really, really nice pigs.
Rhett Seitz tops this class off. I believe that.
Really good class of Yorkshires and some different shapes and sizes. I kept coming back to the young man here to my left to win this particular class. And simply put, as you take him to the ground, he's the squarest built, He's the best footed. He's the strongest footed Barrow. And then from there up, this one paints a really good silhouette from the side. Actually like his length to height ratio in this situation. That's a stout mug on a Barrow, but still has some length and extension to his neck. He's really fresh, appropriate in terms of his body fill, and one of his biggest advantages over this class. So when you get right behind him, he's conservative where he's at is his rear hock and his joint, and it allows him to just stay comfortable out here. I think that Barrow's right on in terms of his composition. I wouldn't argue with you that the Barrow that goes in second probably has a stouter look to his arm. He's a denser rear-legged Barrow, and that's why I think it's close in this particular situation. I can't get him to balance as good as you get to the side of him. He wants to get just a bit more jammed up off either end of his body, and then when he comes right at you, he's not as square-footed and as strong-footed as that Barrow that wins, but that's a big back, really dense, hairy Barrow. You've got to appreciate some things about that pig to be second in a good class. Young lady comes out next, and this pig is probably more appropriate in terms of his length of neck and his look comparatively to the Barrow that goes in second. I've got to ease him up on both ends of his skeleton. He's too far forward in his shoulder and his forearm. He's wanting a short step off of both ends of his body. And then he too has some issues when we get right behind him. That's a Barrow that wants to get on the outside of his hoof wall and put more weight there. But man, that's a neat looking Barrow that's got stoutness. He's got density. Just need to fix him from a structure standpoint to get him higher up in this particular class. Young lady comes out next, and she's got maybe the biggest bladed, biggest ended Barrow that's really, really good in the center part of his body. Simply put, he's not moving good enough for me from behind today, especially on that left rear. He's wanting to overextend his hock and push out in his rear joint. Just got to make him better built there to move him up any higher. Young lady coming out next has a neat looking Barrow from a proportion standpoint. Again, he too is a little more upright in his rear joint, a little shorter out of his rump. Just need to extend him there and give him more comfort. 6, 7, and 8 are Barrows that you like from just a fill and a body shape perspective. Need to make them stouter in terms of their skeleton and structure. Good class of Yorkshire Barrows. Congratulations to those kids.
Here are the results in our second class of purebred Yorkshires. Congratulations in first place, Ryan Seitz of Granite. In second, Gunnar Smith of Velma Olma. In third, Safira Uptergrove of Lone Grove. In fourth, Haley McGuire of Ringling. In fifth, J.C. Curtis of Alex. In sixth, Charlie Nix of Carnegie. In seventh, Ashton Gamble of Sealing. In eighth, Jaden King of Newcastle. In ninth, Tegan Beal of Newkirk. And in 10th, Brandon Cook of Dewey. Now entering the ring is our third class of purebred Yorks. Weight range in this class is 263 to 267, and we've got 11 head.
Got class 3 coming out here, and Rhett Seitz won that class. He's from Granite. That is a sweetgrass raised show pig. Really nice purebred Yorkshire Barrow. And 429700 gets a pin.
Yeah, there is 11 in this class. The weight range is from 263 to 267.
That young lady that caught a pin would be Hadley Davis from Wagner.
Last class was a nice class. That pair that on the top was very different, stout, hairy, dense.
Definitely a tough pair for Boble to evaluate. Got a really nice class working through here. Going to enjoy this purebred Yorkshire show. I know a lot of breeders around the state of Oklahoma have started to boost their Yorkshire numbers based off of this show, just especially because there is a place for purebred Yorkshires to exhibit, and a lot of those crossbred breeders really had taken over the Yorkshire breed. And so now there's a division where only purebreds can show, which would give the traditional purebreds an advantage in their specific division because they wouldn't be shown against those crossbreds.
Yeah, and Wild Bunch is actually giving bears that make the sale all bears $5,000. Is that correct?
Yeah, $5,000. All champions get $7,000. The reserves will get $6,000, and then all alternates get at least $1,000. So that's a really cool deal. And that's just from the proceeds from 2023 that the Wild Bunch raised. And so getting a button doesn't just give you an advantage to getting a cool prize, it also helps the exhibitors in the next year.
Yeah, make sure to find her and get you a couple of them bought. The prizes are great, but it's also goes back for the kids. I think they also donate some money to this deal too, I believe.
Yeah, I'm sure they did. They're really big supporters of the Oklahoma Youth Expo and all those ventures. And this is just one of the Youth Expo's ventures into this. Another young lady catches a pin, did not catch her back number. And we're on class 3 out of 7, so we got a lot more purebred Yorkshires to line up. Going to be a good show, and I think this one has 11 in the class. The next one has 10, and they continue to gain. Class 4 has, or class 5 has 13, class 6 has 14, and then rounding out with class 7 has 15.
Yeah. Reminder to those wanting to come see the guilds being offered Tuesday night can come see in person or check out on Kennedy Ventures on Facebook. I believe they
yeah, Facebook, Walton, YouTube, all ventures are shown. Gives buyers a unique opportunity to preview pigs at a distance, and instead of just flying down looking at them, and just allows them to be able to see what they're looking at before they make a purchase.
And I believe all these class winners get $1,000 in this purebred Yorkshire deal. Second gets $750, third gets $500, and fourth gets $250, I believe.
Yeah, and Hadley Davis comes out of the first hole. Really nice Yorkshire bear. I think that one has a lot of quality. Interesting to see what that one does later on. 417009 comes out of the 2 hole.
That's Riley Halford from Bristow. I believe she already showed one.
Yeah, she showed a purebred Hampshire bear that was pretty nice. Comes out here with a really nice Yorkshire bear, and Bubba's about to talk these.
And perhaps maybe a little more sort as we get through the middle part of this class, but undeniably, I think there's a nice place to start. The young ladies, really fresh presented bear is the one that proportions the best, has the best just height to length ratio out here. He's a stout feature bear. He's comfortable out here. He's good in terms of his muscularity. I'm not going to say he's the farthest reaching one, but certainly a good place to start. Young lady's going to be second, and this one, just simply put, is just fresher in terms of his muscularity coming out the backside of his shoulder. He's a better body bear than the one we have right behind him. I think comparatively to our class winner, he wants to get just a pinch longer in terms of his body, and he comes right at you. I think that bear needs to be fixed in his front feet and his chest and where he's at there, but certainly I appreciate the presentation. The young lady is doing a very good job there with an injury. Our bear that's coming out of third is one that's probably the EST in this particular class in terms of bone and foot and stoutness of feature. At the same time, he's a little more upright in terms of how he's built from behind. We need to give that hog more natural shape coming out the backside of his shoulder. He's a bit, I would say, just staler in his presentation. Need to clean him up from that regard to make him more competitive, but certainly a good kind of bear to be in third. Barrow we have coming out of 4th is another one that you like from a feature standpoint. Really stout in terms of his skull. I couldn't get him to balance as good as those other bears. He's a bit rounder constructed out of his hip. I think he wants to just surge a little more on his rear leg. Need to loosen him up at the ground and give that hog more natural fill in relationship to the substance he has up high. We continue down the line with another bear here that you like in terms of his body fill and width. This hog needs to have more natural bone, needs to blend better in his top line where his head neck sit on top of his shoulder and there in his ham loin hookup. A good class of bears as they continue to come out. Let's put our hands together for all the kids.
Cooper Klein joining us here. He can tell you a little bit more about himself.
Oh, hey everyone, my name's Cooper. Getting in here in this Purebred Yorkshire show a little bit, get to check out these barrows. I heard it's been a pretty nice show so far, huh, Coy?
Yep, it's been very, very nice. It's been very, out of our last class, Class 3 Yorkshire barrows, topping off the class will be Hadley Davis from Wagner, very nice pig. Class 2 is Riley Halford from Bristow. Third is Alexis Gleason from Pond Creek. And fourth is Hayes Helderman from Alex.
Oh, I believe the folks call it Ellick.
Ellick.
Ain't that something?
Yeah. We're getting to Class 4. There is 10 in this class. From the weight ranges are from 268 to 278. So looks like a nice class.
Get some very intriguing ones come through here in a little bit. And excited to see some of these come back out.
There's 3 in a pen so far, I believe.
Class of Yorkshire Purebred Bears, congratulations. In first place, Hadley Davis of Wagner. In second, Riley Halford of Bristow. In third, Alexis Gleason of Pond Creek Hunter. In fourth, Hayes Helderman of Alex. In fifth, Gracie Williams of Frontier. In sixth, Reagan Barnes of Thackerville. In seventh, Catherine Hunter of Mustang. In eighth, Ashton Gamble of Sealing. In ninth, Zachary Cunningham of Cherokee. And in 10th, Caden King of Cleveland. Currently in the ring showing is our fourth class of purebred Yorkshires. Again, fourth class of purebred Yorkshires is in the ring currently.
Ben's out here driving his top 3 in this particular class. Very nice trio. The young man, the 4-H pullover, is going to go third. Let's see, what number?
That's 981. That is River Ratchford from Sulphur.
Another nice class of Yorkshire Barrows, and I think a logical place for me to start. And I think this top 3 or this top trio all fall together very, very easily, in my opinion. The fresh body, good presented, good neck Barrow. The young man here to my right drives, and I think he's the one in this particular drive that is the furthest reaching in terms of rear leg squareness and looseness. That's a really, really fresh back Barrow who proportions good from the side. You know, ideally, I'd like to just see him take a bit longer step up front. That's being critical of a Barrow that wins this class and wins it pretty handily. I think the second easiest thing to do is put this Barrow here in second. He's the other fresh-bodied Barrow we have in our top trio. Barrow that's also very impressive when you get on top of him. When I step to the side of him, his crest doesn't match as good. He's a bit more lethargic in the way that his rear leg goes to the ground, but certainly one whose body shape and squareness behind lead him an advantage over our Barrow that comes out next. The different Barrow in this class is the one coming out of 3. The young man does a really good job presenting him. Here's a Barrow that's really, really long and extended from his blade forward. He's a heavy-duty Barrow in terms of his skeleton. The problems come for me when we get right behind him and study him. That hog's got to be longer hipped. He's got to go to the ground square from behind. He wants to push out in his rear joint, and comparatively to the width that he's packing from behind, the hog reads a little flatter in the center part of his body and his flank. If we could fix those things, I think that's a far-reaching kind of animal. Just in a market hog setting, has a few too many problems for me to move up any higher than 3rd. Young man coming out of 4th has got a really stout one in terms of his feature, his bone, and his foot. At the end of the day, from a composition standpoint, I felt like is where he fell out of bed. This hog needs to have more genuine shape when you get on top of him. We continue with 5th and 6th, good kind of Barrows. Young lady drives a Barrow next. Again, is one that's heavy duty in terms of his skeleton. He needs to have a shot more just real muscle and shape when you get on top of him. It's a good class of Yorkshires. Congratulations to all those kids.
Here are the results in our 4th class of purebred Yorkshires. Congratulations in 1st place, Bradshaw Bunt of Ringwood. In 2nd, Ryder Loggins of Jones. In 3rd, River Ratchford of Sulphur. In 4th, William Connor of Newcastle. In 5th, Chastity McDaniels of Clayton. In 6th, Hunter Duke of Durant. In 7th, Grady Lesser Prince of El Reno. In 8th, Kirkland McCorkle of Snyder. In 9th, Dane McPhail of Snyder.
winner now showing Class 5 of the Purebred Yorkshire Barrows. Weight ranges from 279 to 285 pounds. There's been some interesting ones coming already.
Last class was a very, very nice class. Them trio that topped that deal off were very nice purebred Yorkshires.
Very, very good.
We got 2 pins so far for you guys. We got Eli Jacobs from Texas County 4-H and Thatcher Isaac from J 4-H. Out of that last class, Bradshaw Bunt, he tops the class off from Ringwood. Ryder Loggins from Jones in second. Third is River Ratchford from Sulphur. Fourth is William Connor from Newcastle. And fifth is Chastity McDaniel from Clayton.
It's a neat one coming in right there.
Yeah.
Who is that? 147.
Caught a pin. That's Macy Carter from Garber FFA.
That's one thing. We've been having this purebred show a few years now, and quality's definitely gone up tremendously.
Yeah, they're taking this thing seriously. I mean, the money's good. We've had a lot of donations, like the Wild Bunch and OIE, and all the purebred Yorkshire breeders put a lot back into this deal.
Oh yeah.
Our champions get $5,000. Our reserves get $3,000, and our bronze gets $1,500. So very, very nice payout.
Extremely good. Extremely good.
Yeah.
I think, do class winners get pretty good jack too? About $1,000, don't they?
Yeah,
Or,
class winners get $1,000, second gets $750, and third gets $500, and I think fourth gets $250. So we go pretty deep down in them classes, and there's about 7 of these classes, so that's very, very good money for this deal.
Oh yeah. And here in a little bit, we'll get the chance to get to see kind of a new event here at the Oklahoma Youth Expo. We're going to have our Oklahoma Pork Council Pork Partners Derby, where exhibitors are going to have the opportunity that haven't shown before. We'll get to show pigs from Oklahoma State. It'll be an interesting little show to get to see.
Yeah, Oklahoma State and Oklahoma Pork Council did a very nice deal. That deal's new this year, and I think it's going to be fun for all the beginners that want to get into this deal that haven't got a chance to.
Very much so. In fact, I think that's one of the reasons this Yorkshire show's gotten as large as it has. We have such an influx from that pork derby deal. I think there's around 50 or 60 of them pork derby pigs, Coy, and I think it ought to be a pretty good deal.
Yes. There is 13 pigs in this class. That's about how many we have in each class, and there's 7 classes. So very, very good number of these purebred Yorkshires. Weight ranges from 279 to 285. Five, seven, six.
That'd be, that'd be Camry Moore from the Canute 4-H.
Yeah. Bobo caught 4 in a pen. Fifth is 363, which is Hadley Dickinson from Wittywood. Hadley. Wild Bunch did a very good thing for all the barrows that make the sale. All barrows that make the sale get $5,000. All the breed champions get $7,000. All the reserve champions get $6,000, and all the alternates get at least $1,000. So any of y'all that see Miss Heron walking around with the Wild Bunch, make sure to purchase not just one but a couple of them. Donating towards pigs that make the sale, and the purebred Hampshire and purebred Yorkshire deal That's not just for prizes. Prizes are very good, but you're also donating money back to the kids.
Exactly. That's what it's all about, isn't it, Coy?
Yes, sir.
Another good deep class of Yorkshires. As those those kids exit, let's put our hands together again for them, please.
Bubba's going to be sorting these top four, I believe. Very nice set of Yorkshire pig. Don't you agree, Cooper?
Yes, sir. Indeed, indeed. There's a couple out here that are very intriguing for purebred Yorkshire prospects.
We have Thatcher Isaac from J4H out here, Cameron Moore from Canute, and Macy Carter from Garber, and Eli Jacobs from Texas County 4-H. Very, very tough class.
Very much so. I think you could even make a case for a couple of them in that 5, 6, 7 hole, but still very, very good pigs. Quality's definitely up this year.
Yes.
Let's see, 703 is going into 4.
That is Eli Jacobs from Texas County. He's in 4th. I'd say this is the deepest class we've seen since we started this purebred Yorkshire. Mobile's taking his time.
Let's see here in 3, been the young lady in the FFA shirt.
That's Macy Carter from Garber.
Interesting duo we got left out here.
Yes, both got look. They're fresh. They came ready to roll.
Yes, sir, indeed. ears.
Interesting trio, I guess, or pair of them specifically we get up here. And I'm not going to tell you either one of these are perfect from a structural integrity standpoint, and that's where I'd fix both of these. I guess as we talk about the differences of them, young ladies definitely has the Barrow that has an advantage in terms of density. He's easily a bigger rear-legged Barrow. He uses his rear leg much more effectively than the second-place Barrow. That pig gives you a very nice look as he goes right away from you. Now, there's no doubt, and we can all see that, the pig's got to be picked up on his front feet. He's a little bit ouchy there. I like his basic build. I like his tallness of shoulder. I like his rear leg stoutness and squareness, and the way he uses his rear leg effectively better than the one in second. There's no doubt the one in second is a little better in terms of stronger footed from that perspective, and he's a Barrow that's impressive as well when you get right on top of him. He's a very fresh presented Barrow. As I take him to the ground behind, I need to make him stouter and bigger in his rear leg. I think where I really get the most critical of him is where I step to the side. The hog wants a short step off of both ends of his skeleton. Just need to ease him back off both ends. He's just a little more upright and stilty in the way he's built. That's a good pair of Yorkshire Barrows that both have a little more give and take. Maybe the loosest constructed Barrow honestly comes out of third, and if that's the one you think needs to win, I could completely understand that. From my perspective, I thought he looked the most general in terms of his neck. He's the deepest built in his throat latch. And then when we go to the ground, I think he easily becomes the frailest of our initial three. When I get to the side of him, he was hard for me to put together from a balance standpoint. I just don't think he has enough look or presence to be a class winner. But at the end of the day, I think that's why that top trio is tough. He's a comfortable Barrow, which is important in a class of Yorkshires that are tough to put together. A really neat-looking one comes out next, and he's one as he came through. I like the look and presence this hog has. He's a stout skull Barrow that has some bone. Simply put, we've got to make him square from behind. He wants to get outside of his hoof wall and bow out in his rear hock and short step. Just got to make him better there for me to move him up any higher, because I like him from there forward, just not square enough moving for me today. I talked to the young people as they continue to come out. It was a good class of Yorkshires. Let's put our hands together for them as they exit.
Class 5 was our last class. Topping that class is Cameron Moore from Canute. Second is Thatcher Isaac from Jay. Third is Macy Carter from Garber. Fourth is Eli Jacobs from Texas County. And fifth is Hadley Dickinson from Wynnewood. Very, very nice class. We're rolling into this class 6. And then there'll be one more class concluding it, and then we'll roll right into our champion drive.
That's the Mayfield girl from Dibble. That's a pretty nice bear. Just got pulled.
Yes. Yeah, very nice bear. That is Hadley Mayfield. Yep, you were right. That's an exotic looking Yorkshire Barrow.
Very extended through his upper third, didn't he?
people are taking this deal really seriously. Like our Hamps this year, I mean, quality rise. Very, very nice setup.
Yes, sir. That one that won, that was an unreal purebred hamster, let me tell you.
Yeah.
That thing was good.
Very nice pig.
Do we know who raised that one, Coy?
Heimer, the purebred champion.
Heimer.
Yep, the champion hamster comes from Heimer.
We're still sitting with just one right now, but that may change here in a moment. This one looks intriguing. Very moderate, very stout. There he goes. Who would that gentleman be, Coy?
That'd be 640.
That'd be Cap Dunn from Ellick.
Nice Yorkshire Barrow that killed out on that gate right there, gets pinned. I believe that is
013 on that one.
013.
Well, we may not have one on that right now, but
yeah.
right there's another young gentleman got pulled. It's a very nice little bear there, 218.
218. That is Josh Finley from Kingfisher.
Very nice pig.
Whatever back call.
Oh, yeah. Did you get the girl on Ford Cooper?
No, sir. I don't know if she's got the right tag on or not. But hopefully be able to get that info. That's a pretty nice pig.
Yes, very nice pig.
Let's see. He's getting the rest of these lined up. Just a little reminder, those that are wanting to go through the Night of Stars Gilts, they're located here on the east side of the fairgrounds. Isn't that right, Coy? On the other side of the cattle barn. They're going to be offered tomorrow.
Again, help me congratulate these kids with a big round of applause as they exit.
Got caught up.
Oh, Mr. Boble. Hey, he's doing a great job, though, isn't he?
Yep.
Doing a real good job. But those of you that want to check out the gilts, you can run over there on the east side of the cattle barns. I don't remember exactly the building name. It's got a green roof, I think.
Expo Hall, I think.
Expo Hall, yeah. Yes, sir. So go over to Expo Hall, check out them gilts. Very, very good offering. You can also check out their videos on Kitty Adventures on either Facebook via their old live stream, or they also have YouTube links out. But he's going to go and drive these top 4 or 5 now, and it's a very interesting class. I'm excited to see what he does with these.
Yeah, it's not much to brag about, though, you know.
Yeah, those gilts are in the cell that are very, very good. Crossbreds were definitely better than they have been in terms of deeper lining him up quality-wise.
Yes, sir, indeed.
Josh Finley from Kingfisher FFA is at 5th.
I'm trying to get your name, I think. Madison Hood from Keys is who I just got told is the girl in the light blue driving that one bear. Very intriguing pig. Oh, going to go ahead and bring him back out for top 5 contention.
Yep.
Josh, well said, more on his belly, buddy.
Fifth place goes to Hadley Mayfield from Dibble, FFA.
Hey, if you're in the top 5 in this still, that's a good pig. This is a very, very good group out here. Purebred Yorkshires.
Hey, left set, yeah. Just on his belly, keep him going.
Fourth will be the young man in the 4-H shirt.
I believe that's Cap Dunn. Yep,
Hey,
from
just
Alec.
keep on his belly.
Yes, sir,
Let
indeed.
him go on his belly. Take your champion drive from you. Actually, I'll take it from you. Yeah, there we go. It's not fair to take it from you.
What was that, Mr. Weeks?
Yep. We'll do the champion. There you go. Stealing it from you.
You've been here all morning.
Third goes to Kenna Henderson from Fletcher, FFA.
Where's she from again there, Corey?
Fletcher. Yep.
Fletcher. Very nice pig. Very good duo of them out here.
Yes.
Definitely a stouter option, and then we're left with one that's got some very good look, very mobile.
Yep.
See what Ben wants to do here.
Competitive class of Yorkshire Bears. And again, I think there's some differences in terms of type and kind, and we get down to ultimately a pair of them that I felt like were the loosest skeleton bears that had the ability to go ahead and extend their hog behind their tail. And of that pair, I think there's one that just has more presence from the side. Young man's going to win this particular class. If I could just push him down in his 10th rib there a little bit, he'd be an easy class winner for me because that's a fresh, good proportion bear that's immature, about his front 1/3. I think that's a nice place to start. The bear that comes in second, I like this hog's feature. I like when he comes right at you in terms of the skull shape he has. That's a big arm bear that has some freshness to his back. At the same time, I guess when I take him to the ground from behind, his column of bone just wants to get a little more fragile as he goes to the ground. I think the most important thing is the hog wants to run downhill. He's a little more jammed up front, and he just didn't balance to me as good as those bears that go above him, or the bear that goes above him. But certainly I think that's a close pair of high-quality bears. Third and fourth are very similar in terms of what they offer. Probably the stouter one comes out in third. This is a big-backed, really stout-ended bear that's just too upright in the way he's built. He's a bit rounder and shorter and steeper out of his rump. He wants to stab his rear leg to the ground. Young man that comes out next has got another nice bear that you like from a stoutness perspective, heavy-duty in terms of his bone work. Again, we've just got to fix him from a structure standpoint. He wants to step on the outside of his hoof wall. That pig, to me, just wants to get a little deeper in his neck, probably doesn't balance as good as those goes above him. But we come out next with a young lady in 5th that's got a real stout one that's really opened up. At the end of the day, he's too coarse for me into what he represents, a little too short and quick and steep out of his rump, and just wants to stab his rear leg to the ground. Good class of Yorkshires. Congratulations to those kids.
Here are the results in class number 6 of the Purebred Yorkshire Show. Congratulations in first place, Josh Finley of Kingfisher. In second, Eva Clangston of Kansas. In third, Kenna Henderson of Fletcher. In fourth, Cap Dunn of Alex. In fifth, Hadley Mayfield of Dibble. In sixth, Alex Brooks of Tipton. In seventh, Madison Hood of Keys. In eighth, Garrett Evans of Wilson. In ninth, Chloe Golbeck of Kingfisher. And in 10th, Coy Holloway of Woodland. Now entering the ring is our 7th and final class of Purebred Yorkshires. Following this class, we will move into our champion Purebred Yorkshire selection. We will be picking a champion, a reserve, a bronze, and placing through 10th. Again, from a premium perspective, our grand champion Purebred Yorkshire is going to take home $5,000. Our reserve champion Purebred Yorkshire will take home $3,000. And 3rd through 10th will be awarded $1,000 each from the overall Purebred Yorkshire selection. After we finish up with the Yorks, we'll move into the Oklahoma Pork Partners Derby Show.
The results in Class 6. First is Josh Finley from Kingfisher. Second is Evelyn Claxton from Kansas. That pig was raised by Beck. Third is Kenna Henderson from Fletcher. Fourth is Cap Dunn from Alec. Fifth is Hadley Mayfield from Dibble. That was a very nice class. We're getting our last class. There's 15 in this deal, and they are 290 to
290.
290. Ain't no.
It looks like he's already pulled a handful. Talon Merida from Antlers 4-H has been pulled. And then the young gentleman in the FFA vest, and didn't get to catch his number.
Going to be a very nice Purebred Yorkshire Breed Champion drive.
Yes, sir, indeed. Yes, sir, indeed. I've heard there's one in this class that's very, very interesting. So it'd be interesting to see how it looks coming out here.
Tegan Winters just gets pinned. That's a very nice pig.
Yeah, I've heard he's very, very intriguing, and definitely is in person.
Yes.
Expo. Ben's got a trio of them pulled back, and he's sorting through these. And, we'll drive this trio here after a while. I believe that Finley pig in the last class would have been bred by Lance Ryan up north. He's been doing a good job putting some Yorkshire hogs together, as well as some crossbreds from time to time.
Yes, we've had a couple of them crossbred gilts make it to the sale from Lance Ryan.
Yes, sir. He's had a pretty good run here. It appears he just pulled back something 6'2", 5'6", that would have been Delaney Moore from Canute.
Got 4 pinned back.
Right there, that'd be 097, just got put 5th. That would be Mr. Brody Powell from the Garber FFA. Pretty nice Yorkshire hog there.
Yep.
Hello. Let's see, going in the 8 hole there, there'd be 135. Be Isabella Velli from the South Coffeyville 4-H, and then 302 going in 9th. That'd be Mason Treat from the Minko FFA. And then I believe 338.
Let's go ahead and put our hands together for those kids as they exit. Another good class.
Very, very good classes. Heavyweight Yorkshire hogs. I believe there in 10th we would have Miss Sloan McIntyre from the Skytook FFA. We're going to drive this top 3 or 4 here and get you a class winner, and we'll roll into that breed drive. After we get on with our breed drive, we'll go right into our Port Partners Derby.
It's a very nice pig, Cooper.
Very, very nice pig. Comes that winner girl. I think that pig got along there at Team Purebred, didn't it? They're about a month or so back.
I believe so.
Yes, sir. Going in the 4 hole there. It looks to be 659.
Gunnar Thackett from Alva.
Yes, sir.
Very nice trio out here.
Very much so. It's sort of a pick your poison. We got the moderate stouty. We got one that's extremely flexible with a great look up front. And then we got one that's just burly, big burly. He's going to be 3rd there. Let's see. I believe that's Sloan McIntyre, but I may be wrong on that one. No, I don't think that's
Nellie Moore from
Canute.
Be 3rd.
down here to a very good duo.
It's a very, very good set of purebred Yorkshires here. They've been tough. Definitely stepped up quality since last year.
100%. Like you said, we've been very fortunate to get a lot of sponsors here for this particular show, through the Wild Bunch, through various breeders, and a lot of support on this purebred side of things. So I'm very excited to see how this continues to grow and flourish in the next few years.
Yes.
They look good in the pictures. It's really, I don't know where you came up with these things, but they.
Bubbles taking his time on these very tough duo short.
Yes, sir, indeed. You can go a lot of places and not see two purebred Yorks look like those right there.
Make sure. Oklahoma takes their purebreds very, very seriously down here.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The Hampshires are very, very deep. Quality was bigger and better.
I'd like to know who may be the breeders on those two hogs.
Yeah.
Ben's going to talk them here.
I think a good way to end our Yorkshires, and a very interesting pair of bears. And in my opinion, I'm not going to tell you that they're similar in what they offers in terms of class advantages, and I think that's why it gets extra difficult to sort this pair, because there's one that's absolutely out here built for speed that you've got to ask yourself, does he have enough? Does he have enough just muscle and width and freshness today? Is he immature enough in terms of his head, and is his top line stay good enough? Then you got another one out here that's an absolute just maxed out one in terms of width and body shape and dimension going away. You've got to ask yourself on that one, is he just loose enough constructed out of his hip and his rear leg? Is he too round and quick out of his hip and his front feet just good enough? I think it's really close. I guess the one that I'm drawn to, that I've been drawn to all day, I like the young man's bear to win this class. And I'm not going to tell you that his top line's perfect in what he offers, but I can tell you this much. I'm more comfortable with where his front feet and strength hit the ground. I'm more comfortable with his rear leg motion, and I think outside of his top line, I like his rump design, and I like his tallness of shoulder. There's no doubt this bear that goes in second is absolutely maxed out when you get on top of him. That's as memorable a view as we've seen today in the Yorkshires in terms of spread at the top side of his shoulder, width as he comes back, and dimension as he goes away. Two places where I'd like to change him. That hog's tightened up some in the way that he steps to the ground from behind. More importantly, I've got to make him more comfortable up front. He's not one to handle the surface good enough. He's one to short step up front. He's just a bit ouchy on his front feet. And outside of that, I think from the side, he doesn't hit me as good in terms of his length and levelness of hip as that class winner. I think that's a close pair of bears that both have some quality. The bear coming out next is probably the farthest reaching one in terms of forearm and bone and foot. At the same time, when I get to the side of this one, he's the driest bodied. He's the most wrung out of our top three. Maybe if we could have seen this one I guess a couple weeks ago, he looks like he's had to be pinched on a little bit too much and just doesn't read fresh enough out here. I like the pieces he offers from a stoutness, bone and stoutness standpoint, just not fresh enough comparatively to that pair of bears that go above him. Bear coming out next is one that gives you a really nice look from the side. He's heads up. He's attractive. At the end of the day, he comes to you too narrow. He's too flat built in his blade and his forerib. That hog just needs to have more muscle to be competitive, in my opinion. The bear that coming out fifth, a young man drives, is another one that you like from the side in terms of his look and presence. Needs to have more bone and foot and feature. Needs to have more spread and just squareness at the top side of his shoulder from there back. Good class of bears. Congratulations to those kids in the Yorkshire Show. It's been a very good event.
Here are the results in our 7th and final class of purebred Yorkshires. Congratulations in first place, Talon Meridia of Antlers. In second, Tegan Winter of El Reno. In third, Delaney Moore of Canute. In fourth, Gunnar Tackett of Alva. In fifth, Brody Powell of Garber. In sixth, Riley Peer of Walters. In seventh, Caston McCammon of Elk City. In eighth, Isabella Valet of South Coffeyville. In ninth, Mason Treat of Minko. And in 10th, Sloan McIntyre of Skiatook. Next up here in the show ring, we'll move into our selection of our champion purebred Yorkshire Barrows. Again, here in the drive, we will be selecting 10 overall Yorkshire Barrows.
They are selecting 10, not 3 Yorkshire Barrows.
I was about to say, I know they had a pretty good size endowment, I think about $50,000 to help support these purebred exhibitors. So love to see how this is flourishing. And it's gonna keep on going, so I think it's gonna be a really good deal.
Yeah, I believe our champion purebred Yorkshire gets $5,000, our reserve gets $3,000, and our bronze gets $1,500. And then, okay, here we go. Class 1 comes from Stetson Phillips from Watonga. That pig is a JD bred out of the champion Yorkshire Gilt last year.
Yeah, I believe Molly Buckmaster would have showed that particular female. Hofschulte bred her, so definitely backed by some good bloodlines there.
Class 2 is Rhett Seitz from Granite. Sweetgrass raised that one.
Very, very good pig. I believe he won the Certified Oklahoma Bred show there about a month back there in Tulsa. Extremely good pig.
Class 3 is Hadley Davis. She's from Wagner.
Should be a Ward pig if I may be saying that wrong, but I do believe that's a Ward pig.
Class 4 is Bradshaw Bunt from Ringwood. Very, very nice pig.
Extremely nice pig.
Class 5 is Camry Moore from Canute. That was a tough class.
Extremely.
Class 6 winner is Josh Finley from Kingfisher. And your final class is Talon Meridium. It's a very nice set of Yorkshires out here for our breed drive. We'll see what Bowl does.
Extremely good set. And, I think one thing we got to mention too, I mean, we got to commend the breeders on these. Not all of them are Oklahoma, but we've got a lot of Oklahoma guys that are trying to do this and do it the right way, and I think it's definitely showing. And then, of course, there's some real good ones up north. Lance Ryan, he's doing a great job with his Yorkshires, and I'm sure there's a couple tie-ins with some others here, but extremely very good set of Yorkshire hogs.
Very, very nice set, high quality set of Yorkshire Barrows. Cooper likes them white hogs.
Yeah, I prefer that down-eared kind, though. I'm a big Chester guy. Not much for the purebred Yorkshires, but you got to admit this is a real good drive of them. So I guess I'll go ahead and like these for now. But I think we've both been very fortunate in that Chester ring over the last few years.
Yeah.
I believe you would have showed a very, very good Chester female from the Sloan crew that's being an absolute generator right now.
Yeah.
So
raised the reserve Chester Gilt this year.
yes, sir, indeed. Yes, sir, indeed. Yeah.
Here's Bo.
Your hands together again for all those that supported the Purebred shows here this afternoon, and certainly been a lot of fun to go through these. And for those that want to critique the Yorkshire show today, I'd put your foot in the water and try it, because we've got a handful of Yorkshire sows at home. It's difficult, it's challenging, and don't be too critical until you try and make better Yorkshires, because I know there's people out there that are doing it, and maybe we need to get back to the basics of why we have Yorkshires to begin with, to make them sound and functional and maternal. And I'm not saying we're going to make them maternal today. What I'm saying is I think keeping the basics in mind and checking the most boxes is probably where I'm at. As I continue to go through these, I'll be honest with you, I think there's a trio of them that get pretty close to me, and there's one that I just have to make the least excuses for. I know he's little. He came out of the first class, but he's my favorite. Congratulations, young man, right here. He's going to be your champion.
Congratulations to Stetson Phillips of Watauga, the exhibitor of the Grand Champion Purebred Yorkshire Barrow. Now entering the ring as second out of class number 1, Maddie Reske of Weber Falls.
Congratulations, Stetson. I believe that hog would have been bred by J.D. Show Pigs here in Oklahoma. Very, very, very good prospect within the purebred Yorkshire breed.
Yeah, that's a different Yorkshire.
Yes, sir, indeed. This one ain't bad either that's coming in there.
No, I remember that class. Started off, Bobo loved that class. It was a very nice setup.
I think you could definitely make a case for a few of them out here.
Yeah, they are. There's some very, very good purebred Yorkshire pigs. You got all kinds of different ones out here. They're all fresh. They all got back shape. They're wide. They're burly.
Let's hear Ben's thoughts here, and he'll get him his reserve.
Place in, and I remember that class being good, and I think that's one that comes in and gets right in the mix of another pair out here. I think that's a very high quality barrow. This will be the last time I come to the mic, and I'm not going to give any big speeches. I want to thank Tyler Norvell. I want to thank the crew here at OIE for having me. I've been here several times to judge, and I thoroughly enjoy it. There's always a great set of pigs, but there's always even a better set of exhibitors and young people, and just the support they get here is second to none, in my opinion, in terms of ag teachers and leaders in the agriculture industry that help these young kids. I think it's been a very nice Yorkshire show again. I think there's a trio of them here that get really close. My absolutely second favorite is the young man here to my left. He'll be reserve.
Congratulations to the reserve champion purebred Yorkshire Barrow exhibitor, Bradshaw Bunt, out of class number 4.
Bradshaw Bunt there with your reserve, an extremely good pig. I'd assume Lance Ryan bred that particular hog. Don't quote me on that, but I do believe that would be a Lance Ryan pig.
Yeah, that very nice pig. That comes out of class 4. That drops in Ryder Loggins from Jones.
Rhett Seitz with your third overall.
Rhett Seitz, I believe, comes out of class 2. That drops in Ashton Gimmel. Rhett Seitz pig is a sweetgrass.
Okay, so they did only pick 3 or 10.
Yeah, pig intent.
Yeah, we can call them out.
They're picking. Yeah, that's fine. We picked 3 so far. This will be this 4th selection.
Yes, sir. Came out of class 1, second class 1. That would have been
Maddie Reske.
Weber's Falls.
Drops out Addison Bronall Grove. That was a very deep class. Fifth comes out of the very last class. I believe that's Talon.
Talon Maruda.
Yeah. Sixth comes out of the last class also. That is Tegan Winter.
Very good duo.
Yep. Six. Yep. Third out of that heavyweight class is Delaney Moore.
And there's Delaney Moore.
No, that is.
Or is that her sister?
Yeah, that's Camry Moore.
Oh, my
she
bad.
was seventh. She was
My
a
bad.
class 5 winner. Yeah. Seventh. We're picking 10. Fourth through 10th to get $1,000 each, I believe.
Very nice.
Yep.
Very nice.
That drops out, I believe. That's your Isaac from Jay. That's, oh, Thatcher Isaac from Jay is 8th. There's some very, very good Yorkshire Barrows out here left.
Yes, sir. I believe we're waiting on that one.
Macy Carter from Garber, so we're waiting on.
All right, she's coming in here.
9th selection here.
Not bad at all.
Nope. That's Josh Finley from Kingfisher.
Very nice pig.
Very, very nice pig.
I believe that one was a Lance Ryan.
Class 6 winner was 9th.
He's definitely got a lot of options here for this last pig.
Yeah.
There's definitely some good ones that'll be out there still, but we got to appreciate the quality that the show's had to offer today.
miss out on this Derby show. It's going to be fun.
Oh, it's going to be a good time. You sticking around, or you swapping out there
No,
with Blake?
Mr. Weeks will take over.
Sounds good to me. Sounds good. Yeah, it's a very, very neat program. Excited to see what happens from here. Oh, there we are.
That is Macy Carter.
Yes, sir.
Should be
10th
10th.
overall. Well, that was an extremely good purebred Yorkshire show.
Yep.
I think they'll get them processed there for breed purity there with Toad at NSR. And
Thank
I
you.
guess we'll roll into our Derby, Coy.
Yep,
It's a
we'll
pleasure,
see you,
sir.
Clark. Yep.
We're about to get rolling here with these purebred Yorks. And a couple of crossbreds, and I think even a possibility of a landrace Chester cross here from Oklahoma State.
Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen a landrace crossbred.
Hey, we're about to see what's going to happen, though. I'm very excited. This is all these kids' first year to get to show a pig. It's a great opportunity the Oklahoma Port Council's put on. So here in a moment, we'll get rolling with those. So.
Yeah, and me and Cooper, big-time supporters of the Oklahoma Port Council. Cooper works with them pretty consistently, actually. We've both made videos, ensure biosecurity on our operations as well as promote it on others. We follow every procedure known by the Oklahoma Port Council just to ensure that animal disease about different operations, different parts of your operation. So the Oklahoma Port Council is a great organization that we have in Oklahoma. We take a lot of pride in that operation. And they have a lot of good people. Sitting behind the mic is Kylie Denise. We have a lot of ring help in here that are closely affiliated with the Oklahoma Port Council. So we're very thankful that they can join us here at the Oklahoma Youth Expo.
Yes, sir, and I do believe one of the newest board members this year at the Oklahoma Port Council. We can't not give that woman some credit, Dr. Genova. She's done some great things for us in terms of implementing a few update systems to let us know if there's any sort of updates in terms of if there was to be an outbreak of some sort, any viral disease. So it's been very supportive, not only us as show pig enthusiasts, but as producers who are going back and forth from our operations. We also have a lot of interns that help make this thing go. I think they actually have a college experience where they have a lot of students go through there. They've been a great help throughout the week, and I'm excited to get this Port Derby rolling, Blake.
Yeah, and this is a first-time thing, like Cooper said. Going to have a lot of Yorkshires run through some different breeds, just whatever the Oklahoma State University's raised. And they actually had the reserve champion Hampshire Gilt come out of the Oklahoma State program. So I'm very interested to see what we'll walk through the ring today. There's going to be a lot of first-time showmen. I think they're all actually first-time showmen.
First-time pig.
First-time pig.
Yes, sir.
First-time pig. So it's going to give these exhibitors a very different opportunity. Going to teach them a lot about the show industry. And some of them are seniors, and they're just kind of getting into it. And this was kind of a saver on their agricultural career because they weren't able to show just based off of financial situation, whatever. And the Oklahoma State University really kind of came in and really helped them be able to show, be able to exhibit livestock at the Oklahoma Youth Expo.
Yes, sir, indeed. Yes, sir.
So it looks like we're ready to start with our Derby show. You know, this particular show was created as a partnership between the Oklahoma FFA Association, Oklahoma State University Swine Unit, the Oklahoma Youth Expo, and the Oklahoma Pork Council. The idea was to design an opportunity for students 8th through 12th grade to participate that have not previously exhibited livestock, and the goal was to connect them to the show program and the commercial pig industry. On October 26th, they had their first draft day where the students went to OSU and picked an animal from the swine farm at random, and have been in charge of raising them to this point. A total of 47 students from 32 counties were nominated in the program by their local 4-H and FFA advisors, and have pledged hands-on assistance over the last 5 months as first-time livestock exhibitors. Today is the capstone event where they will show their animals. They'll be judged on showmanship. They'll be judged, of course, on their animal. They're also judged on average daily gain, gain per day of life, their loin score, overall leanness, so on and so forth, to come up with a combined champion.
All right, I think we're back. I'm going to let Cooper hit an introduction on the judges right now.
All righty, so we got a little bit of a panel out here. Of course, Mr. Jim Coakley with Oklahoma State University been doing a great job with that operation, combining both a little bit of the commercial and show pig industry. I think they actually recently just had the reserve champion Yorkshire Boar at Belton. He's also alongside two of his right-hand kids from Oklahoma State, Christian Hammonds, as well as a young woman. I believe we'll get her name here in a second, but very, very great opportunity for these kids.
Department of Food and Forestry grants, the Farm Bureau, Sam's Club, Mormon Show Tech. It's been quite the project, and today we're finding the fruits of our labor.
So I'm extremely excited to see what these kids bring in here. I do believe that would be the Landrace Chester Cross we spoke about earlier for those that have been listening for a little bit. Actually a very interesting pig.
And we have Darren Coronas from Caddo in a pen, and then Georgia Dobson from Turner in a pen. And then he just, I don't know if he didn't, no, he didn't just pin her. Having a little bit of trouble right there in the back. Pig's not wanting to cooperate.
Young man there, 332 on the back.
Charlie Nix from Carnegie catches the third pin. Actually really intriguing.
Lane Arthur. We have head of the Animal Science Department, Dr. Coffey, and we also have new Dean of the College of Agriculture at OSU, Dr. Jason Lusk. Please put your hands together. These people are invested in our students and will continue to do so.
Yeah, like I was saying, really intriguing pig. I kind of like that pig's head shape. You know, he comes at you really attractive, really eye-appealing. Just a really nice kind of a derby swine right here. I mean, that's what we're calling them. A really nice. OSU's really on the up and come. They have a very historic program. They're continuing to build and just continuing to improve. Mr. Coakley does an awesome job just maintaining all of that. And that Landrace Chester Cross catches you a pin. Young man has a very striking mullet right there.
That is a very nice Tennessee waterfall heading down his neck. I do believe it may be permed as well, so that's an added bonus.
Yeah, no, me and Coy, we were talking. We need to have a mullet contest up here. There's some pretty wild mullets. Whether it's permed, bleached, I mean, just all over the place. These mullets, man, they're pretty wild.
Hey, let me tell you, those of you probably didn't know me before, but Blake even knew me back in the day. I used to have one of them dang Tennessee waterfalls, and by golly, I got it permed all the time. It was quite the attraction.
It was majestic, some might say.
Some might call it the lion's mane. You know, it's just one of those deals. But I firmly believe, like y'all were talking about earlier, mullet contest here would be absolutely phenomenal. There's some very interesting types and kinds, if you want to call it that, and very interesting show we have. Mixing in some of the crosses with some pures. I actually think there's some Southern Gold influence with a few of these, so excited to get to see some of these out and about. And I've actually had the opportunity to see some in my travels around the state, so it's been a very interesting experience and a very great opportunity to see these kids succeeding in their livestock projects.
Yeah, no, I think it's really cool that they're really kind of tracking just all the EPDs on these things. OSU has done an incredible job throughout the past couple years on scientific research on swine, especially just seeing what kind of nutrients they need to survive, finding out more efficient feeding rations, those kinds of things. And so by doing this, it also gives them another venture just through everyday life. It would hopefully line up more cost efficiency and those kinds of things with certain animals, and it would in turn help people show at a lower price, which would allow them to hopefully be more successful in the long run.
Yes, sir. And if I do remember correctly, I think there's a payout in each particular class for placing. There's a payout for the top 5 overall. I think there's a showmanship winner in each particular class, so it'd be great for some of these kids, you know, with it being their first year, to get that added confidence and their boost in their showing abilities, no matter their age. And I think they also have some in terms of average daily gain and as well as loin eye size. That's another interesting contest within this particular thing. And the Port Derby doesn't require the weight range of the Oklahoma Youth Expo, so that's been a good deal for some kids that need to have their projects look at 12 o'clock that may be a little bigger or a little smaller. You still have that opportunity. So overall, great event put on by Oklahoma State and the Port Council as well as the Oklahoma Youth Expo.
Yeah, and I don't know if a lot of you guys know, but back in the day, my sister actually showed a Yorkshire gilt that was out of a boar from OSU, and she got along all year and ended up reserve at Tulsa in the Yorkshire division. And she was incredibly stout and just was really, really, really nice. And since then, I've had some extended belief in the OSU program. I think they got a lot of good going on, and this really kind of showcases all that they do behind the scenes.
100%, 100%. That's an interesting one going across the middle there. Extremely stout, big old back laid up in that thing.
Yeah, no, actually to name drop that boar, that was the Boz, actually. That's what she was out of.
Yes, sir.
Great pig, awesome year.
Yeah. I think Oklahoma State also has that one over there at Montgomery's. I think they named him after Coakley. I can't remember his name exactly, but
coked out. Yeah, that's a really nice boar.
Yes, that's what it was.
Yeah, coked out,
man. They used him in it somewhere, but very, very good boar. I think he saw a lot of sows last fall.
Yeah, he's super stout and really, really broad. I love that one's rib cage, actually. Just I haven't seen him in person, but in his video, you can really see just how opened up and robust he is about his rib cage. He's a wide-based animal that reaches and goes with so much confidence and comfort. That's just a really, really nice type of livestock that you really want to see. And young man right there goes into 4th. Don't necessarily know his name. I will figure that out here in a minute.
Yes, sir. All right, going into 4th there. Let's get them back 3 numbers on the tag.
318.
Yeah.
That would be Darren Coronis from Caddo goes into the 4-hole right there.
Extremely nice pig.
Yeah, so that leaves us, and then actually the Georgia Dobson from Turner goes into that 3rd hole, which would leave us with that really attractive Yorkshire and then the Landrace Chester Cross, and Mr. Coakley's about to tell us how he likes them.
Yes, sir. And I do believe that Landrace Chester Cross will be out of orbit there at Crossroads. He's had a pretty good run over the summer and fall shows. I believe he would have made a nice little gilt pig for Claters that ended up 4th overall at Tulsa last fall. Very nice female.
Here, just for me, I was visiting with some people earlier today and talked about one of my girls. I have 3 girls and a boy, and they're all fairly close in age. And they were talking about, one of my girls asked me how long I had spent in this building. And I said, well, I'm caving in on 50. I was born in December, and I think I came to my first one right after I was born right there in March. And my sister's here, and I got a bunch of family here that I'm excited. It's truly exciting for me to be here and be out here in this ring setting working with these youngsters. I think this is a great program, not because just Oklahoma State's involved, but just what it does and what it's about and the values and the things that it's trying to teach and expose these kids to, I think is unequaled and unprecedented, and I can only hope that it continues to grow. We've got a lot of support here. We've already, they've introduced the dean here, and then of course my department head is here, my supervisor, Dr. Carter, and I certainly appreciate all them being here and in support of this, because I think it's a great thing and a great opportunity. And if you're not familiar, and I'm sure they'll explain it here in a little bit, but there's other contests within this, contests that people older like me that would appreciate. When my father was alive, he loved to watch animals eat and perform and grow, and that's something that's involved in this. With that being said, we'll talk about it more later. We get this pair of barrows out here. I've talked to a couple of my student workers here, and again, couldn't make it without them, and I have 4 other ones that are scattered around that I certainly appreciate. But we're using this as an educational tool for these youngsters as well, because learning doesn't stop when you get out of high school, and they're going to continue to go on and thrive. I think out of this pair for us and for me, it certainly was fairly simple. I think we start the class with this particular white barrow in front of me, a barrow that just from a side paints a really good picture. He's super tall fronted, a barrow that when you get on the top side of his skeleton, he opens up extremely good. He's really massive right there at the top part of his blades. He carries that width. He's super fresh down his top, really good in terms of his back shape. Get behind him, he definitely doesn't disappoint you. I think a logical place to start this particular class. Out here, the Chester appearing barrow, one that may be just a shade better in terms of his rib shape. I certainly appreciate him from that standpoint. I don't think this guy's as fresh in terms of his sheer top shape. I'd like to change him off of his rear too as he goes away, but that's being critical of another one I think is really good. One that's very, very fresh, and you definitely have to appreciate him from that standpoint. Big old top late in him, carries it back into a big old loin. Really super fresh in his edge there, and I like that about him. A barrow that I guess to change him a little bit, he needs to be taller at the point of his shoulders. He needs to be squished down and freshened up right there in his chine. But I think that's another good one in its own right. Have another one that was a little problematic for me. I love this barrow when he comes right at me. I love him when you get over the top side of him. You need to change him off of both ends. This one's a little straighter in terms of his shoulder vein from the top part of his blade into his forearm. Like to fix him there just ever so slightly. As we move on down the line, barrows that structurally maybe need to be changed, freshened up just a little bit in their crest and in terms of their back shape. But I think really, really good set of pigs. Put your hands together and let's reward them.
Class 1 Derby winners. First place, Charlie Nix from Carnegie. Second, Richard Smith from Oilton. Third, Georgia Dobson from Turner. Fourth, Darren Cornice from Caddo. Fifth, Jackson Myers from Poto. Sixth, Camden Poole from Tipton. Seventh, Cadence Robinson from Blue Jacket. Eighth, Shelby Lister from Stratford. Ninth, Rebecca Bates from Salisaw. 10th, Mackenzie Watson from Blue Jacket. And 11th, Phoenix Powell from Conowall.
What is it?
All right, we're getting in here to class 2 of these Derby pigs. I do believe that'd be Amadeus from Macomb.
Yeah, and Mr. Coakley, he left us with some wise words about his upbringing and how he really kind of got into the show pig deal. Really showed us how much time that he's spent just evaluating livestock, evaluating different types of feed rations. Just a really smart guy when it comes to livestock. I mean, just evaluating different feed rations, analyzing different animals. The guy is truly an all-time legend in that aspect. He's a true great at his craft. But we'll get right into the placings. Charlie Nix from Carnegie started off the class. Following him is Richard Smith from Oilton. Third was Georgia Dobson from Turner. Fourth was Darren Coronis from Caddo. And then fifth was Jackson Myers from Poto. Still a very high-quality class, though, all the way through. I think that Landrace Chester Crossbred was really, really nice, honestly. Had very distinguishable characteristics of both. Loved that it really kind of brought in the best of both worlds.
Yes, sir, indeed. I truly think it was very interesting to get to see how they complemented each other in terms of having the looseness that the Landrace breed has to offer while still having a great look up front like a sire. Definitely a very interesting pig. And I definitely think, like you mentioned, some very wise words from Mr. Coakley. One might say he's definitely one of the more unique ones out here in this grassroots industry in terms of making college hogs better and just making the breed better as a whole. I know they take their Yorkshires very serious, but they're also getting a crossbred program implemented that's actually doing pretty well.
Yeah, and Naomi Gonzalez from Yukon catches a pin, and then Lane Cantrell from Roland. Both of them have caught the first two pins. And then we're going to bring out, we have 10 in the class, so we're going to line them up, and Mr. Coakley's going to tell us how he likes them.
Oh.
And this is just a really, really nice class. I think that several out of here, I mean, just have very, very distinguishable characteristics. One of them, you may love their head shape just a little bit more. Another might just be a little bit looser in their spine, a little bit more flexible, but still very, very quality show pigs. This one that just comes out the gate, very elevated, very extended, has a lot of motivation on the drive, giving the young man definitely a little run for his money there, but nice kid, really, really nice pig. Glad he got a pin.
I believe that would be Hunter Duke from the Durant FFA chapter. It's been a very nice pig for a while. I've had the opportunity to see it a couple times just out and about, and definitely one that's grown into itself. It's very flexible, very elegant through its front third. Definitely an interesting purebred from Oklahoma State.
Yeah, and that young man specifically was what the program was really designed for. I've known him for quite a while, and he may have never had the opportunity to show pigs until he found out about the pork derby. I got a call from him asking if I knew what it was, and I said no, but I'll dang sure try to figure out. And we kind of went on a little bit of a scavenger hunt for information and found all about it. And next thing I knew, he had his own pig. He was over the moon excited. He's shown that pig just as much as he can. Send me videos of him and just try to make him better. And that's just a good kid that fortunately got to use a program that was designed for people like him.
100%. 100%.
You know, this Yorkshire right here, his tail set is really, really weird. In a good way, honestly.
Definitely a very stout feature one.
It's eye-catching, I'll say that. Weird doesn't even do it justice. It's definitely a bad adjective for that, but I mean, nice pig. All these are really actually nice pigs.
Yes, sir.
I bet a lot of these reside from the same litter, I would think. There's definitely some similarities.
Yes, sir.
Whether it's head shape, the way they're built, the way they're designed. I can't even really read ear notches from where we're at, but I bet there's some litter mates.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, indeed.
Yeah, and we have 4 classes of these things, averaging about 10 a class. So that comes out to about 40 animals, and that's actually a really good turnout for the first year.
Yes, sir.
I believe that a lot of the kids that are showing here are super pumped for the opportunity. A lot of these kids have never really been to the Oklahoma Youth Expo, and so getting them exposed to the livestock industry as a whole, and especially one of the best shows in the world, is a very, very good thing. I know the first time that I came here, I was addicted. I've had a blast ever since.
Yes, sir.
You know, but I feel like we need to give a shout out to the guys outside of the ring that are making this thing work, whether it's Tyler Norvell, Cass Newell, our secretary Blaine Arthur, all the guys that help this thing run smoothly and just allow this organization to offer the livestock show that they do. I think
watching this online, we're very excited about the first ever Oklahoma Pork Partners Derby, which is taking place in the show ring currently. Brett on the mic has continued to share with you all a bit about the Derby program. We believe it's the first of its kind, and for sure the first time we've done something like this in the state of Oklahoma. These young people, to meet the requirement to be in the show, have to be an 8th through a 12th grader and never shown an animal before. And so as you can imagine what it takes to come to the Oklahoma Youth Expo, this is a big deal. And we're very excited. These young people, the last time we saw them and their pigs was back in October. And if you just look at the pigs and look at the young people, you can tell that they've done a really nice job and have had an incredible support system. So we're thankful that you all are here to join us and to observe this day, the Oklahoma Pork Partners Derby Day. And we've got some really special guests that are joining us. One thing I didn't mention that's critically important is these pigs are from the Oklahoma State Swine Farm. And we've got a great representation of Oklahoma State. And I see the boys up here on the stage that are cheering. So this is when we say go Pokes, but really pleased to have President Shrum joining us, and would love to turn the mic over to her.
Thank you. It's great to be here today. We're excited to have all these young people have the opportunity to show. Oklahoma Youth Expo is such a great opportunity for youth development in our state, and we're grateful to be partnering with the Pork Council at Oklahoma State University. We have set a goal to be preeminent land-grant university, and this is a perfect example of us leaning into our land-grant mission to better serve the state of Oklahoma and the youth in the state of Oklahoma and continue our agricultural heritage and history. And so I'm grateful for the opportunity to join you all today. And to our young folks who are here, we hope to see you at Oklahoma State University someday. It's a great place to grow and to learn, and a great family to be a part of. So thank you, and go Pokes.
All right, we're back after Miss Kylie Denise and our president joined us for a little bit there.
Dr. Shrum.
Yeah, and then we have the 42-3303, which is Lane Cantrell, run into that third hole, which would leave us with Hunter Duke and Naomi Gonzalez out here running for your class champion honors. Both really, really nice pigs.
For sure.
Very muscular. Love their rib shape, the body capacity. This Naomi pig is a big-bodied animal that just has a lot of shape and a lot of rib. And Mr. Coakley's about to get on the mic and tell us what he thinks about them. Really, really, really nice class.
Yes, sir. It'd be interesting to see, have a little crossbred, be purebred action. Definitely a way to see both programs and how they succeeded at Oklahoma State.
We work through them, I think, are really good hogs in their own right and offer lots of production traits in them, which looks like they're high performing and presented extremely good. And I think the one that suits me the best, just in terms of being EST or maybe just a little more exotic in terms of some traits, would be this young man here to my left. Is going to start this particular class. I think this one's deadly from the side. This one's super tall fronted. This one is really extended from his blade forward, and I really appreciate him from that standpoint. A Barrow that, as he comes at me, is really busted open wide. You get on the top side of this guy's skeleton, and he's really fresh in terms of his loin edge. He goes away from me extremely true from his pen to the hock and to the ground. I'd like to see this bear stouter in terms of his foot size. He needs to be heavier bone, there's no doubt. But I think the combination pig that needs to start this class. The blue one that comes next is a powerhouse, there's no doubt about it. And in terms of his foot size and his bone and his forearm, he definitely excels our class winner. He's not as fresh in terms of his top shape. He's not as square and true in terms of his loin edge. Where I'd like to change him the most is when he goes away from me. He pushes on the outside edge of his hock just a shade. I'd like to fix him in that aspect, but a nice bear. Another one that gets a little piecier in terms of the one coming here in 3. Very, very elevated at the point of his shoulders, and I like that. He's fresh in terms of his back shape. This bear needs to be opened up in his forerib. He needs to be bolder in the terms of his rib shape out of the top side of his loin edge. And as he goes away, he needs to go away wider. But again, another one that you have to appreciate in terms of his top side shape. Coming at me, here's another one that from the side doesn't necessarily disappoint you. I'd like to reconstruct his front end. He's in at his knee, he's open in the front part of his shoulder blade. I'd like to fix this bear from that standpoint and maybe freshen him up just ever so slightly. But another practical, good type of bear there. Coming here in 5, and the blue-eyed bear is another one that really you just have to appreciate in terms of how flexible this guy is, how comfortable he is on the move. From his blade forward, he's extremely good looking there. I like his jaw, I like his head, I like his neck, and that all ties and blends extremely good. He's weaker at the ground in terms of his pasterns. He needs to be fixed just a little bit in terms of his rear hock, but I think a nice one there to be where he is. A bear that was kind of a problem for us because he is the biggest, hardest, sharpest backed one, no doubt about it. He also, with that, he's perhaps the flattest in terms of his rib shape, and he's the roundest out of his rump. I'd like to see him square out of his rump and hip. I'd like to see this one just easier right there in terms of his top. But another one that you definitely have to appreciate for his muscle and the width that he possesses, he goes away. A little lower fronted model here that we'd certainly like to jack up there. I'd like to make him just a little more elegant or neater or trendier there from his blade forward. This one wants to be a little shorter in terms of his stride as he goes across the arena. As we work our way down, another practical, good production type of hog here. He's probably carrying a little too much cover for me today in terms of to match up with his contemporaries out here. A bear that's flatter in his stifle as he goes. As we go ahead and let the other ones out here coming out in 9 and 10, bears that maybe you appreciate them in terms of their loin right there. They're a little drier in their cage. They may be a little narrower in terms of their chest. But again, a good class. Reward all these exhibitors. Put your hands together, please.
From Class 2, first place, Hunter Duke from Durant. Second, Naomi Gonzalez from Yukon. Third, Lane Cantrell from Roland. Fourth, Jenna Haney from Stewart. Fifth, Case Downing from Altus. Sixth, Amedius Sandifer from Macomb. Seventh, Morgan Walls from Medill. 8th, Zachary Cunningham from Cherokee. 9th, Ava Wall from Ringwood. And 10th, Caden King from Cleveland.
Yeah, and we're back on Class 2. Hunter Duke takes the win from Durant. Naomi Gonzalez in second from Yukon. Lane Cantrell from Roland ends up in third. Jenna Haney from Stewart is in fourth. And Case Downing from Altus takes fifth. And I'll let Cooper talk on some of these things. This class is actually really interesting. Got a lot of different types and kinds and different pieces and just different characteristics and traits throughout these animals.
That's an extreme one that he just pulled there for a purebred Yorkshire hog. Very, very stout, very big in his arm. actually decently flexible for the amount of mass he's carrying on the top side of his skeleton. Definitely a very nice bear for the young lady.
Yeah, unfortunately can't see her tag number, kind of blocked and obstructed right there, but definitely a very nice pig that goes in that one hole.
Oh, we're having a little trouble there in the back. Oh, that's also a very interesting.
Yeah, there's a stout-headed one coming out of the gate, and that one's head shape and skull shape is just really, really masculine. He's a big-bodied, big indexing bear, lots of muscle and shape.
Really excited about Mr. Coakley judging and the two students that are doing showmanship. In tandem with Dr. Schrum, we have Dean Lusk, who has come back to Oklahoma, and he'd like to speak to you for just a moment.
Hey everybody, on behalf of OSU Agriculture, just want to welcome you out, and we're really proud, as Dr. Schrum said, to be a part of this partnership with Oklahoma Pork Council and the rest of the folks in the industry, get young people interested in agriculture and excited about the future of food and agriculture at OSU, and be happy to chat with any of you. They're looking for a place to come to school.
Some nice remarks there as we continue to drive these into this particular class.
Yeah, Oklahoma State's really showing the kind of sway and impact they have on Oklahoma's agricultural industry. A very, very awesome school. We honestly, Oklahomans probably take it for granted because it's right in our backyard, but the sheer amount of out-of-state people that come just to experience what Oklahoma agriculture is like really shows us truly how great the program we have is. And I believe he just pinned another one. Didn't really catch who he pinned.
Oh, nope, I missed it. That's a female. 302 maybe?
That would be 3302.
Yeah.
That's a different one. We're going on the back side. No, I believe that she does not have the right back tag number on.
No, yeah, it's Mason Treat from the Minco FFA.
Oh, sorry, I guess I missed that one. Another one that comes out really, really nice. I love that one's head shape, actually. Really progressive headed, muscular bodied, gets out and goes with flex and ease. And that one's just a really, really nice pig. Kind of like how that one's built. His basic build and design's right. Just a good pig, come right out the gate.
Yes, sir. I do believe this one coming out might be a very infamous Derby pig.
And a lot of these Derby pigs at Jackpots are very well known because of the program. I'll let Cooper explain a little bit more on this pig that's coming out because he has a little bit more background information than I do, but I'll let him get to it.
Yes, sir. I do believe that would be Kevin, for those of you who don't know. Let's see, that'd be a Boone Pickens sire, purebred Yorkshire. That's actually a student from my school. His name's Stephen Wickard. Another one of those that, he lives in the city. Doesn't have much of the opportunity to keep a bunch of livestock, but we was very fortunate to be able to get the opportunity to do with this. And so very excited for him and that particular pig. They've had quite the run so far. He's definitely been a good project, and I think coming into his senior year next year, hopefully he's still planning on showing, so definitely be a good deal for the young man.
Yeah, and this program, while meant to just get people their first pig, I think it's really going to influence the amount of numbers we're seeing at these livestock shows. It's going to really get kids addicted to showing livestock, and hopefully just more people swarm towards the livestock industry, which would in turn continue to grow numbers, continue to just show how great the quality of livestock is here at the Oklahoma Youth Expo. And I've talked about that a bunch, and I'll continue to harp and praise on the amount of quality that we see here at the Oklahoma Youth Expo, whether it's in the Gilt Show, the Barrow Show, or these purebred Barrow shows, and even the Derby. The quality here is immense. I think the Crossbred Gilt Show may have been as tough as I've ever seen it. The quality through and through. The Champion Reserve might be the best pair that I've ever seen with my own two eyes. The Purebred Gilt Show was no different. The Berkshire breed definitely had a comeback and took that 1-2 hole punch there, which I'm really proud of. I take the Berkshire breed to heart. Love that breed with everything that I have, and I put a lot of time and energy into making that breed, and showing pigs out of that breed. And, it's really nice to see that those continue to stay on top. And then throughout the barns, I've seen tons of quality, awesome show pig projects. There's been some bears that have definitely made me turn my head and go, wow, that one's way good. And I think that we're going to see some of those that did very well at the OBSE a couple weeks ago, and hopefully they put on a few pounds and can really be presented at the highest level, because they're great pigs. This is going to be a great show. We're gearing up for an awesome week here at the Oklahoma Youth Expo.
Yes, sir. And this top 4 or 5, if they're fixing to redrive, that's a very, very intriguing group. Especially, pretty sure the majority, besides maybe a handful, are purebreds too. So, sort of going back to the purebred show we had there a little bit ago, definitely very immense in terms of quality, and very, very good pigs for these first projects for these young people.
Yeah, and the thing about all these OSU swine projects is that their efficiency is off the charts. I mean, just the amount of data and statistics that OSU runs on these things, and can really find out everything they need to know about feed rations, is truly incredible. I feel like if Oklahoma State started working with individual people more, we'd be a lot more efficient on feed spending, and so that's kind of what they're trying to do, I think, is help other people feed the right kind of rations, and just analyze them off of maturity patterns and structural integrity and those kinds of things. And so Oklahoma Youth Expo and Oklahoma Port Council and of course the Oklahoma State University have really made a cool ordeal out of this thing that I think is going to stand for a long time to come. Yeah, and this is our Class 3, so I think the highest weight we have in here goes up to about 292. 10 records in the class, like I said earlier. Really, really nice class of these things. I'm hoping that Mr. Coakley can even sort through these things. I don't know if I could if I was out in the middle. High quality, man. It's a tough one out here, actually.
Yes, sir, indeed.
Which obviously he'd be able to. He's an expert at his craft, but I was just making a comment towards how tough it is out here and how qualified and how much of an expert he truly is. And then a last shout out, make sure and get your Wild Bunch buttons. $20 puts you up for many prizes, allows for several different payouts, just so that all that goes back to the Oklahoma Youth Expo. Whether it's the Wild Bunch auction, which also happens, or the buttons, of course, they'll pay out a bunch of money to different exhibitors, different alternates, all those kinds of things. I believe that most of the champions and all the bears in the premium sales have an add-on from the Wild Bunch. I believe that they have a certified bottom, which is like where you have to start off with, and if it doesn't go any higher, you're already above a certain number. And so that also allows for kids to get enough money to continue to fund their show projects, which is a really nice deal that the Wild Bunch puts on. I know that's a good group of guys that really care about the show industry and hope to sustain the animal industry for as long as they can.
Very nice duo here, out here with Mr. Coakley sorting, and I definitely think two that model each other in terms of type and kind. One maybe a little stouter, and the other maybe just a scotch more flexible off of either end, but both very powerful hogs, good in terms of their top shape and top line, and definitely good in terms of body and depth. Very intrigued to see what he does with this pair.
Yeah, and I'll be interested to see who the showmanship winners out of these classes are. I think that's a really cool thing that they put on too.
Yes, sir, indeed. And here's Mr. Coakley.
Interesting class out here as we sort through them, and I took a little bit of extra time, and I'm certainly not sorry for that. I think there's definitely some give and takes all the way down the line, and I think good productive pigs all the way down the line to sort through and be able to evaluate. And I think as we get out here in this top pair, just in terms of what they bring to the table, and muscle and mass and width and their skeletal arrangement and their angles. I think this pair of Barrows surfaced for me fairly easy, and then it gets again easier yet in terms of which one's just the freshest in terms of its top shape, the freshest in terms of its body and feel. Not to mention just show ring appearance. I think the advantage goes to this young lady over here to my left. One that, again, that you get on top side of his skeleton and he opens up extremely good right out of the back side of his blade, and he carries that width and true muscle shape, that good square muscle shape all the way back. A Barrow that is the best chested in my opinion when he comes at me in terms of squareness and width. I think a Barrow that if you wanted to be critical of, some of you'd want him a little jerk-necked, and I wouldn't argue with you there, but I think that one needs to win. Another one that I think is extremely good in terms of his proportions, his height at the point of his shoulder, his forearm. He perhaps is maybe just a shade bigger in terms of his foot size, and yet when I compare him to the class winner, this guy's not nearly as fresh out of the backside of his shoulder blade. He's not as fresh in terms of his center rib cage. I'd like to open him right there in his heart and maybe carry some of that all the way back. He's a little rounder in terms of his rump, but I think a nice Barrow here to come too. Another one that you kind of have to get the right look at. This one is a little bit of a knucklehead for the exhibitor here, and that's not her fault at all. But another one that offers us a really, really square top. This one's, as they say nowadays, a little shorter bodied or shorter backed, and yet with that comes some issues, I think. I'd like to see him taller at the point of his shoulders. I'd like to see his neck come out of his blade just a nickel higher, and he certainly needs to be bigger footed at the ground, but a really fresh, big, wide Barrow that you have to appreciate. A good-looking Barrow here from the side, one that profiles extremely well, and I like that about him. And yet, when you watch him come at you and you watch him go away, he's too narrow at the ground. He needs to be busted open right there in his lower 1/3. But certainly, again, a tall-fronted, big-backed one, production-oriented type of pig here that's obviously performed extremely well for the youngster. Another pig right here that in terms of freshness, skin and hair, and we hear that so often anymore, but you have to congratulate this youngster in terms of the way that he has taken care of his pig, and yet this one doesn't balance good enough for me compared to the other ones that have come before him. He needs to be taller at the point of his shoulders. I'd like to push the top part of his shoulder blade back into his cage just a little bit and make him a little more comfortable. Granted, he had to drive a good amount of time out here, but I think another one that is certainly a good pig in its own right. Coming out, we get a little plainer in terms of our muscle shape. Still have a good build and good looking from the side. One that maybe is a little weaker in terms of its pastern. One that needs to be opened up a shade. But just from a production standpoint, you definitely have to appreciate that pig in terms of its looseness and flexibility as well. This pig coming out here in front of me is another one that's big-bodied and big-centered, and I like that about him. This one's too rigid. He's too labored out of his hip and hind leg. He closes up at the ground when he comes at me, just ever so slightly. This one, the body's good, the rib's good, the top's good. I like to squeeze that one's chine down into him just a little bit, freshen him up just ever so slightly as well. Same song and dance here, kind of with this other one coming out. This one just bows just a shade in terms of when he goes away, but a good class of hogs that have all performed extremely well. Again, please put your hands together. Let's congratulate those kiddos.
Class 3 winners. First place, Kinsley Schaefer from Laverne. Second, Grace Woods from Jones. Third, Mason Treat from Minko. Fourth, Hope Metcalf from Elk City. Fifth, Isaac Wall from Ringwood. Sixth, Sloan McIntyre from Skytook. Seventh, Paisley Block from Hera. Eighth, Stephen Nickard from North Rock Creek. Ninth, Kayleen Dickinson from Tipton. And 10th, James Parson from Norman.
First and foremost, I'd like to thank the crew at Walton, and especially Allison, for allowing us the opportunity to get to talk about these today. Also, just want to go ahead and give a shout out to two of Oklahoma State students here, Christian Hammonds as well as Anna Hammond. They both work very closely with Mr. Coakley and help keep that program running alongside them. They've definitely been a great influence in terms of adding some new suggestions, some new blood to the program to help develop Oklahoma State into the powerhouse it is today in terms of college hog production. So first off, let's welcome them, and we'll get into this final class of Derby pigs, and I think Blake will talk a couple of these as they come in.
Yeah, and in the last class, we had Kinsley Schaefer come in first, Anna Hannon in second, Mason Treat in third, Hope Metcalf in fourth, and Isaac Wall in fifth. So a really nice class of these Derby swine. Just an awesome set through and through. I'm hoping that this quality continues throughout the next couple of years, because I don't know how they're going to top this one. But we'll give another shout out to all the Walton guys that run everything and keep everything running smoothly. I know they do a great job at videoing here. You know, they're in Houston right now. They videoed the entire gilt sale lineup earlier. I mean,
yes,
they've just been doing an awesome job, and just a great group of college interns and out of school interns that just awesome, man. I love them.
Sir.
Love them to death.
Oh. And like you mentioned, they did do a big preview of the gilt sale last night. So anyone that's interested in the Night of Stars offering, it'll be Tuesday night in Expo Hall. Is that correct, Blake? Or,
yes, yeah, they are in the Expo Hall.
So go get you a chance. Go check them out. It's definitely a set worth taking a little look through. And if you can't make it, definitely look at the videos. There's some extreme quality that comes through that, and I'd definitely. If I was putting an emphasis on making pigs better, there's definitely a lot of them in that barn that can do it, and this truly does not only make it the greatest show, but probably one of the greatest show and sells that you're going to get to see. I know it grosses a couple million every year on about 120, 130 lots, Blake, and just a great offering to be able to make champions for 4-H and FFA members through the rest of their show careers for many years to come.
Yeah, and to follow up with what Cooper said, the videos will be streamed on Walton Webcasting as well on Kennedy Ventures YouTube. So there's a bunch of places that you can go and look. If you're having any problems, just try different ways to get to it. It's a very great way to get a preview of all the gilts that are selling. I know there's a few out there that made the sale that are just absolutely incredible. Even if you don't want to buy them, you might as well go take a look, because you won't see animals of that quality just about anywhere else. So,
100%. I definitely think we had a great dark commercial show that rolled into lights that were absolutely unreal this year, and then purebreds were just absolutely tremendous. I mean, the Berkshires were extremely good. I think, as you mentioned earlier, they ended up having Grand and Reserve in the purebred gilt show, and definitely with great quality within all that. I believe they're actually selling 10, 11 Berkshire hogs, aren't they? That was a extremely deep breed. So
yeah, no, they went 12 deep in the Berkshires, which is pretty unheard of. They only took 5 guaranteed, and so out of the extra 15, 7 of them were Berks. So top it off, he did an incredible job on the top side of those pedigrees.
Yes, sir.
Every single class winner, except for actually my own, was how to top it off, which he's just done a great job. All of the top shelf sons are doing a great job right now.
Yes, sir.
Top shelf himself on the bottom side of things is just about as good as any in that Berkshire breed. Those new Berkshire boars are being released just about every couple months, and every time I see one, especially a top it off or a top shelf son, that kind of stuff, it always makes me a little bit excited. Top it off's done a great job. I actually had a litter of pigs out of him, and right now they've been pretty successful. So I think Top It Off has just done a great job throughout the Berkshire industry. I hope to continue to see what he's going to do.
Yes, sir, indeed. Indeed.
And Mr. Coakley has his top 3 put up, and he's actually working his way down right now. In this class, we have 9 records, so we're going to be short one, but we'll get to it. And then this weight range, I think it tops out at about 324. That's an ultra heavyweight. I got to give credit where credit's due on the big one. That one's just about as fresh as anything in here. It's really hard keeping those big bears fresh and still have some attractive traits and some muscle and some genuine shape right down the top side of their skeleton. And I think that one has it. I mean, that's very unique. I'd like to see basically what they were feeding that thing, because that thing's about as fresh as they get.
Yes, sir. And like you mentioned earlier, efficiency out of the Oklahoma State program on feed has been absolutely tremendous. So definitely would be interesting to find out sort of the different diets that went along with a lot of these Derby pigs, definitely from a lot of different perspectives and backgrounds. So it'd be cool to see how their feed programs were and what they implemented to help get them to the quality that they are today.
Yeah, and I believe that we have just about everything lined up except for this top 3. And then out of the one hole, I believe that would be Alex Brooks from Tipton FFA.
Yes, sir, indeed. That's an extremely nice Yorkshire pig.
Yeah, that's a stout York, man. That's a big foot, big bones. We'll see how this one ends up in the drive.
Yes, sir. One thing's for sure, I know they had a couple either white line or white out prospects, more over there at Southern Gold, and I heard those things were very tremendous as baby pigs, so I wonder if any of these may go back to that or exactly how that lines up, but definitely some very nice pigs here on the top side of this class.
Yeah, and that's a big indexing one that's really long, extended, and elevated from shoulder blade forward. That one's very, very tall shouldered. I mean, that one's a very muscular animal. Has a lot of shape, a lot of true muscle presence when you get up high. And then that next one that comes out really kind of fits the mold with the other one. Incredibly muscular, really tall and extended. That one's a really just a really nice animal. And this class is really shaping up to be a tough class.
100%, Blake. And, you know, he gets out here. Let's see, I believe he just pinned that one third. Yes, sir. Who was that again?
I haven't seen a back tag number, but I will get one. Nice pig, though. Very nice pig.
All right, it looks like Mr. Coakley's going to get the mic here and get to hear his thoughts on this particular pair. So we'll give it over there to Jim.
Kind of fun to sort through this all the way down, and definitely some differences out here. And still, I think there's one that you can grab a hold of and gravitate to pretty easy. This youngster here in front of him is going to start this particular class. I think this one combines all the things that we hear and that I look for in terms of his build from the side. He's really built extremely good. His body length matches his mass up high. His center cage is extremely open and got good curvature to his rib. He's level from a profile in terms of his rump. You get behind him, and he definitely doesn't disappoint you. And I think, a logical place for me to start this particular class. Barrow out here in second, I think, has some extras that I'd like to put in our class winner. I like that extra extension from his blade forward. I like the way that his neck comes out of the top part of his blade. This Barrow reads drier right there in his heart and in his forerib. I'd like to open him up right there in his center cage. But I think a Barrow that's built extremely good. He's heavy boned. His feet are going the right direction. I think maybe just maybe on the upside of his growth pattern right there. And I'd like to see him fleshed up just ever so slightly. Maybe that's where the one in third has an added advantage in terms of his center body and rib compared to our second place, and yet he just doesn't have the sheer muscle working down his top that our second place does, or the class winner, obviously. But this one's built good from the side. You really appreciate his front 2/3. He's a little rounder in his rump. That's making him want to stab those rear two in the ground, maybe just a little harder than I'd like to see him. This guy needs to be just a shade bigger or a fraction bigger in terms of his foot. This one doesn't balance extremely well for me, but he is the biggest topped. He is the freshest in terms of his loin shape. I like that about him. Now, with that said, I'd like to redesign him off both ends. There's no doubt he's uncomfortable out here, but just in terms of performance, in terms of sheer lean muscle, that bear is going to have as much as any of them. Coming out here next out of the 5-hole is a bear that you appreciate in terms of his build from the side. This Barrow wants to be narrow right there at the ground when he comes at you. He's a little more refined in terms of his foot and bone. But again, you definitely have to appreciate that production type look. A high-performing Barrow, a Barrow that's tall-fronted. He, too, is very fresh in terms of his skin and hair, and I certainly appreciate him from that standpoint. A bigger package, a longer body Barrow right here, no doubt. Not saying that's a bad thing, because it's certainly not. A Barrow that when you compare him to the ones that have come before, maybe not as wide, he's not as true and square in terms of his top shape. I don't see him going away with quite as much power as the ones that we've had in front of him. Another hog coming here that you'd like to redesign out of his front end. I don't see him being as comfortable. He just is a little weaker right there in terms of his pastern. He's a little straighter in terms of his shoulder vein. But again, another one that's a high performer. He's going to go the rail and hang a good carcass, and that's what the name of the game is. Coming out here out of the 8-pin, a Barrow that we'd like to jack him front end up. I'd like to pull his neck out of the top side of his blade just a little bit and give him a shot more bone. Another high-performing Barrow here that's a little wastier than I would prefer. I'd like to see him leaned up just a little bit, but he's natural width and skeleton. He's certainly comfortable on the move, and you have to appreciate him from that standpoint. Congratulate those exhibitors in that last class.
We'll get the results to you on Class 4. Starting off is Alex Brooks. In second is Tristan Carta. Third is Katie Fancher. Fourth is Reed Stevens, and fifth is Austin Ledbetter. And we're about to start on this. Derby Swine Drive. We'll figure out which one will be your champion. I don't know how deep we're going to go through this.
I think we're going 5 deep.
5 deep. We're going to go 5 deep, and I think that there's a very nice selection of whether it's not class winners, seconds, thirds, fourths, however deep those classes go. Really nice selection that's going to come out. Really, really excited and looking forward to the next year on this specific program that the Oklahoma Youth Expo and the Oklahoma Port Council run.
Yes, sir. Definitely some very good ones coming in out of this Oklahoma State program, and might get the opportunity to see some of these second places come out and be just as competitive. It looks like we actually got one taking a nice little rest there in Pen 2. Probably needs a beauty sleep. It'll be a good deal. But extremely excited to get to see this. Extremely excited to see these kids' reactions as they get their opportunity to be a champion here for the first time at the Oklahoma Youth Expo. So let's get rolling with it, I reckon.
Yeah, no, I wish I had some cotton candy to sit back and watch these guys because these things are real nice. I wish I could enter I wish I could channel my inner Todd Kennedy and
I was about to say.
sit back with some cotton candy and watch some elite show pigs enter the ring.
Yes, sir, indeed. I reckon he'll have some at the gilt sale, won't he, Blake?
Yeah, if they don't pour water in it, I bet he will.
Ooh, that was a bad deal, wasn't it?
That's okay. He had a 12-pack.
Brings it in bulk. It's good stuff.
Yeah, no, and out of that first class, I think we're going to bring out Charlie Nix from Carnegie. In Class 2, it'd be Hunter Duke. Class 3 is going to be Kinsley Schaefer. And then Class 4 is going to be Alex Brooks. All very nice projects, all really good animals. And Mr. Coakley's really had a type and kind and has made that very evident. Really sound animals that are still attractive from the side profile. He really loves a wide-based animal that has a lot of rib and packs a lot of punch right there in their center body.
Yes, sir. That's very neat. Purebred coming out there in that first class, like you said, one that's very powerful, got a big back in him.
Yeah, it's still attractive. That one's head shape from the side profile might be just about as good as any Class 2 hits, and that one's incredibly flexible. He's got a lot of motivation on the drive. He's a level-made kind of an animal that obviously is so flexible, so square. This one can just move at will. Honestly, all of his feet go in the right ways. He's a square hip, square-bodied, good kind of an animal that comes out of that class.
Yes, sir. And then we got these last two, and man, you just want to talk about hair and power and density, all the words that we want to use in the show pig industry today. Shortness of back, just big in terms of the rib. I mean, two very neat show pigs to come out of those last two classes. So be interesting to see where Mr. Coakley places his type and kind in this particular drive, but you can definitely give an example here for any of them to be named champion today and maybe even on down the line.
Yeah, I feel like these animals very much so corroborate with each other. They fit. They follow his type and kind. They really honestly model each other on the way that they're built, their basic design and components. All of them are just super broad, super opened up. They're big-bodied animals that obviously have some structural quality. That's a big thing that he's been talking about, just flexibility, whatever it is. He's a very big guy on structure, and I notice that, and I respect that because structure is really just about as important as it gets. You can have big-bodied animals that can't walk, and every single time I'm going to pick the one that flexes and moves with the right amount of bend and the right angles. That's always the animal that I'm going to pick, and Mr. Coakley's about to get on the mic and tell us what he thinks of the drive.
Yes, sir, indeed.
And sort these four to name our champion. Be the first champion Derby pig in ever. And you exhibitors can kind of chill out for just a minute. I'm a little bit long-winded, but I'll try to hurry. Again, I am super pleased with all of these kiddos and pigs that have come through the ring. It's an awesome thing. Anytime that you can get a call from Mr. Nemechek and Tyler and Cass and have this brainchild and have it put together. And I think Mr. Nemechek would agree with me in the fact of the volume of people that it has taken to put this together, right, Kylie? It's taken a ton of people. I'm just a small piece of it. But I would like for all of you all to put your hands together and show your appreciation for everybody that's done this. A lot of behind-the-scenes work in terms of things that's gone on. I know that they scanned these pigs yesterday morning. Again, I just have two of them out here, but I have 4 student workers that work for me that they make the world go round. Got people at home that are taking care of sows and breeding sows and taking care of things. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do this. Obviously, these 2 youngsters that are out here have come and helped me and been a huge support. But not to mention, again, the people that I've already kind of mentioned, have put together big prizes. These banners are super, super nice, but they're worth a lot of dough, guys. They're worth a lot of dough. And I think, again, if you could put your hands together and reward the people that have spent so many hours putting work into this. Again, I've been at Oklahoma State for a little over 6 years, and I've loved every second of it. Not telling you that it's not without trials, tribulations, and hardships, and they can tell you that, but I've certainly enjoyed it. But I have come full circle because as an ag teacher for 22 years, I was behind the pens, working with a lot of kids from my community that maybe needed spurred just a little bit in order to get something going, and maybe they didn't think they might be interested in pigs, but we started out that way, and I'm very blessed in terms of how those kids were rewarded, but more importantly, how they rewarded me. Been involved in this all my life, like I said earlier. I'm about done, so you guys can get back to your pens here in a minute. But my wife is up there in the bleachers, my sister, my nieces, nephews, my daughter, got 2 of them here, I think, and 1 of them at home, and my son's at home. They were raised in this building. They were raised in this building, and it's been good. With that being said, I never thought I'd get to step foot here. And I could check one more thing off the box, can't I? I'm glad to have done it. I'm proud of this set of pigs. Fire them up. We're going to figure out who's the best one. Got 4 class winners out here, and I think they all come out and get right in the middle of it. I think they all have different things that are positive. And still, I think when you break it down, and if you've seen me judge a Barrow show or a Market Hog show, I'm not a card player. I never have been. And there's one out here that I think just ties everything together extremely good. Very, very fresh in terms of its presentation. Very, very good in terms of its muscle shape. I think this one is what we're trying to do in terms of combining a production type hog and still being a show pig. And this youngster has an awfully good one. Congratulations. Good
job. And your grand champion Derby swine would be Alex Brooks out of Class 4. Congratulations to her. That's an awesome deal. Congrats.
Extremely good pig to come out of the Oklahoma State program, purebred or not. Let's see, who was just named our reserve there?
I don't believe that they named a reserve. I think they just announced her. Makes sense, though. I mean,
hey, it's a big deal.
Yeah, we're out here driving for our reserve, and we got a bunch of class winners out here. They all look super nice. Mr. Coakley's discussing with his quote-unquote youngsters out here, and his wise words really kind of hit. Like he grew up here, his kids grew up here, and just given the opportunity to come in here and just evaluate the livestock that he pretty much put together. He helped build this program. I'd understand how happy and just basically his emotions behind that. It's a big deal for him.
Just talked about one that I think in terms of build and his basic design is really good. Thing's heavy boned. It's got a big old top in him. I'd like to see him more pliable and opened up maybe right there in his center cage just ever so slightly. So I think with that, to tell you that it's not out here in contention for a reserve would be wrong. But I think there's another one out here that suits me in terms of just being sound, flexible, fresh, really has good top shape when you study him. I think one that maybe or definitely is still on his uphill climb. I like his Class 1 to be reserved. Congratulations.
Yeah, and your reserve would be Charlie Nix from Carnegie out of Class 1. So that would bring in Richard Smith from Oilton out of Class 1.
The Chester Land Race. Crossbred will be coming in now for bronze overall contention.
And congratulations to him. That's a big deal. And so they're 2 of 5 deep. They're going to pick 3 more. Just an awesome set of pigs out here. Really hope that every kid is encouraged to show next year. I mean, this is an awesome opportunity. Hope that these kids really learn from it, and I hope they come back for more.
Get a look here at this down-eared porcine and get us a bronze here. It looks like Mr. Coakley's about to hop on the mic.
Out here for bronze, again, I think it still is really close. I mean, a good set of pigs out here still to select from, hogs that are production-oriented, hogs that are going to go the rail and yield us a good high-quality carcass, and that's what we're doing. We're ultimately feeding the world. These youngsters are kind of right on the forefront of it. I think out here for bronze, the one that suits me as well as the other 2 out here with me, this young lady's pig will be your bronze. Congratulations.
And that would be out of Class 3. So Kinsley Schaefer takes bronze. That would bring out Anna Hannon, which was second in Class 3. Congratulations to that young lady on a great accomplishment. This is a big deal at the Oklahoma Youth Expo.
Dropping that second place out of that class. Who was that particular young lady, Blake?
Anna Hannon with a really, really nice pig. That I believe that is a purebred Yorkshire. That's a big indexing, kind of a Barrow that obviously has some product and some mass right there in the center body. Honestly, he's really level out of his hip. That one just is a good fundamental animal that has some pieces and ties them in all together. And then throughout this, you have your Chester Landrace Cross, which obviously exhibits some characteristics of both breeds. I feel like that mixes very well. Just gives that one an awesome look. That one looks like a Chester, but also kind of looks like a Landrace. Just depends where you want to look, because that one's front end is designed like a Landrace, but moving on back, that one's rib really looks like a Chester White, and that would be Anna Hannon, which would be your 4th overall. That's the 2nd place out of Class 3. And now I believe that we are driving for 5th overall honors, which will be the last pick of the day. Really, really nice show. My compliments to Oklahoma State University, the Oklahoma Pork Council, and the Oklahoma Youth Expo for this program. It's been nice. We've seen a lot of really nice pigs, whether it's been the Purebred Hampshire Drive, the Champions Tribute Sale, the Purebred Yorkshire Drive, and the Derby. It's been a really nice show, and congrats to everyone that was fortunate enough to get a piece of it.
You drop that one in, and it definitely doesn't lessen the quality within the ring.
Yeah, no, it honestly I feel like it might even just go right back to where it was. That one's a nice animal. And Hunter Duke comes out of, I believe that's Class 2. Hunter Duke from Durant, your 5th overall in the Derby Swine. Congratulations to him, an awesome kid that fortunately got taken care of by a program that was meant for young children or young kids like him. That obviously good for him. Congratulations to all those. We're officially signing off.
Yes, sir, Blake. It's been a good time. Thanks,
yes,
brother. I got to actually head to legislative showmanship, so we'll see
catch
you here
y'all
after
later.
a while. Sign
Number 6 comes from Class 2. That's Naomi Gonzalez from Yukon. We need Lane Cantrell from Roland. We just called for him in the back. Lane Cantrell from Roland. We need you and your Derby pig in the show ring. Lane Cantrell from Roland. Lane Cantrell, we need to know if you're coming to the ring to show for a top 10 placement in the Derby. Ready for your pig in the ring as we speak. While we're waiting on Lane, we might remind each and every one of the 40 participants in this show will need to assemble here in this show ring. We don't need your animals, we just need you. After we're done, within 10 or 15 minutes after we're done with this selection process. Our 7th selection comes from Class 4. That's Tristan Carter from Altus. That'll bring Katie Fancher to the ring. Reed Stevens, you're on deck for Class 4. Our 8th selection is Mason Treat from Class 3. We need Hope Metcalf in the ring. Our 9th selection comes from Class 1. That's Richard Smith from Oilton. We need Georgia Dobson from Turner in the ring. Okay, our 10th and final selection in the Derby showback is Hope Metcalf from Elk City. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors in the first ever OYE Derby Swine Show, and certainly to our winners. Remember, exhibitors, if you were one of the 40 animals or exhibitors that showed in the Derby, we need you in the show ring for awards presentation here in about 15 minutes. rundown of what we're up to here. These students, they showed today. They were judged on the animal in the live evaluation. They was judged on their showmanship in the ring today. Throughout the day, they've also they did ultrasound diagnostics the other day, so their carcass data is involved. Their weight gain, performance data was also judged and ranked. Their record keeping, their marketing plan, and project reporting was one of the categories that was judged. And then they took a quiz today. Boo for taking a quiz on spring break. So we're over here tabulating all of those, and what we're going to do is give out top 5 awards for each of those individual categories, and then five in the sweepstakes, which means all of it combined together. Does that sound right to you guys? Okay. Okay. Kyla, you ready to give away awards? We're going to start with the individual competition awards, top 5, starting with the record keeping and reporting. First place in records, Stephen Wickard from North Rock Creek. Second place in record, Zachary Cunningham from Cherokee. Third in record, Sloan McIntyre from Skytook. Fourth in records, Hunter Duke from Durant. And fifth in records, Richard Smith from Oilton. Our next section, yes, congratulations to our record-keeping winners. Our next top 5 is for performance. So average daily gain, right? Who did the most with the least amount of feed? Reed Stevens from Tipton was our winner. Second in the performance category, Tristan Carda from Altus. Third, Katie Fancher from Tipton. Fourth, Dakota Range from Strothers. And fifth, Alex Brooks from Tipton. Our next category is in carcass quality. Top 5, first place, Mackenzie Savage from Salisaw. Second place, Katie Fancher from Tipton. Third place, Mitchell Babcock from Tipton. Fourth, Dakota Range from Strothers. And fifth, Kaylee Dixon from Tipton. That would be Kayleen. I probably said that wrong. Apologies. Our next top 5, next section for the test, the skills test. First, Hunter Duke from Durant. Second, Tristan Carta from Altus. Third, Richard Smith from Oilton. Fourth, Hope Metcalf from Elk City. And fifth in the test division, Jenna Haney from Stewart. I see we've got several banner winners, multiple banner winners already. The sweepstakes is getting competitive. Next section, showmanship. First, Darren Coronas from Caddo. Second in showmanship, Stephen Wickard from North Rock Creek. Third in showmanship, Grace Wood from Jones. Fourth in showmanship, Georgia Dobson from Turner. And fifth in showmanship, Naomi Dobson from Yukon. Okay, so we already know who placed our top 5 animals, grand reserve, so on and so forth, so forth. So we're ready now for our sweepstakes winners, correct? Okay, so what we're down to is our sweepstakes winners, and we're going to announce 10. Those 10 will need to meet Maddie, raise your hand, Maddie, over at the main office, show office in Barn, it's over by the arena, at 6 p.m. to do interviews. The final portion of this will be for interviews with Maddie and the Port Council staff to get to the top 5 overall. So here's our 10 sweepstakes candidates that will move on to the interview round and finish. And I'm going to do this in no particular order. Is that okay with you guys? Because these are our top 10 finalists. Kinsley Schaefer from Laverne. Alex Brooks from Tipton. Reed Stevens from Tipton. Case Downing from Altus. Sloan McIntyre from Skytook. Hunter Duke from Durant. Katie Fancher from Tipton. Stephen Wickard from North Rock Creek. Jenna Haney from Stewart. And finally, Hope Metcalf from Elk City. These are your top 10 conglomerate sweepstakes winners. Congratulations to all the exhibitors and our winners. Remember, if you're in that top 10, you need to meet Maddie at 6 p.m. over in the main office to do the interview portion.
Well, just as we're wrapping up here, I just want to say a few words and thank all of the ag teachers and 4-H educators who have helped out with this, all the parents and families, and all of our supporters who have spent their time and money and efforts to support this project and this program. I tell everyone all the time, the 2 most important resources we have in Oklahoma are young people and agriculture. And we got to do our best to support both of those industries and both of those groups of people. And so we are certainly thankful for you guys and your participation. Win, lose, or draw today, we hope that you gain something from this experience. You learn some knowledge about agriculture, and it's made you a better person and developed some skills. As Troy Sloan said the other day, one of the things about this industry and these barns is they teach you how to overcome adversity. We know all of you have faced some adversity from time to time during this program and project. We hope that you've learned from that and it's made you a better young person. Any way we can help you, let us know. Look forward to hearing something from Oklahoma Port Council about the latter portion of this project. The top 5 after interviews tonight, we will be notifying you guys to be present at the Grand Drive on Thursday night. You will receive those awards Thursday night prior to the Grand Drive in the Jim Norick Arena. Thanks again.